OGAN. LWAY UAVS. APDN. TFFP. CHCI. Pixie. MITTB. Grill. VDQ. WFC. TBLT. MICT. AHTG.
And here we have a VWAP test on SPY.
JCP.
I'm watching Tesla here as well. I see a little stack sitting at 740 if you just watch this level.
Fork. Fat.
Looks like the 745 ask got pulled. They pushed it and then pulled the bids on selling. Look for some selling pressure here off of
DBVT.
745 again on Tesla.
OBLN.
AMD at that 54.30 first target yesterday.
VISL. MTA. LWAY. OGAN. APHA.
Afrion the scanner under $4 here. Multiple market makers on the app.
Pixie.
PIXY low floater is running. It's up here 100%, guys, from $5 pre-market to 10. Looks like it halted.
BIMI.
Algo Louis or Lewis, thanks for the alert on Netflix. Everyone, Netflix, we're up here $20 a share.
CHCI.
There's a 20K stock sitting at 424. So here, what I would want to see is a wall of green off of 424 on my with larger orders printing. Looks like they're going to get a test. Okay, so it looks like off of
APDN.
424, right when it approached 424, it flashed 424 on the ask. And right when it started filling, they pulled pretty much everything. There was 21 stock, and then it ended up showing 4. I didn't see any fills on 424 either. If anyone saw a large fill, maybe you could. I see a large fill at 19,000 at 423.35 after I'd mentioned this, which was just a couple of thousand under the stock that I saw
JCP.
sitting at 424. Now I can see the bid is under 421. I think that Netflix is an easy short under 425.
Fork.
Roku knifed under this 104 support.
FTFT. Mind.
Spreads are about 50 cents on Roku. Be careful if you're trading it.
Again. IVRB. Pixie. CYCC. BIMI. NURO. VISL.
Looking for a
LWAY.
27730, 27720 level on SPY here. I'm considering the AMD long off of these levels. This is a very healthy bearish candle. 6 minutes ago, we failed the 200 EMA test.
CHCI.
TJ, thanks for the alert on. Looks like a Pixie halted again. SPY hard pullback here. So that first healthy bearish candle, they were able to close it over the 120 EMA. So they turned a healthy bearish candle into a weak to normal bearish, and then they just turned that into a very healthy bearish candle. I like the gap on the up on the candlestick. I'm going to try a long entry on AMD, same idea as yesterday, the exact same, but I'll alert it when I take it, guys. I want to see this back over 277 or at 276. Preferably with AMD above
JCP.
5350 or 5370. I'd be very careful here going along. I think we need to wait until 276 here.
Grill.
Volume's increasing here on the sell side. Again, let's look for the down move. 276.50 has a nice support level, but I think if we get under the 276.50 level in the next minute, we're going to keep coming down. Another gap in the candlestick on the down, 1 penny.
Adil. BPTH. HUIZ. Pixie. CHCI. CHCI. APDN. BIMI. Pixie. CLSN.
Pretty healthy bullish candle here on SPY. We got 50,000 share stock sitting at 53.75 on AMD. I'm going to wait for the hourly to close here. because I think we can go both ways. So I'm a little indecisive on the
4,
market move here. So I'm just gonna chill for 10. Like on my hourly, I'd want to see a hard push here to 270. On my 30-minute, I'd want to see a hard fail here to 276. Oh, by the way, if you're not aware, oil had the biggest drop in 18 years today.
again,
Tesla rejected that 740 level again.
JFU.
Alan, thanks for the alert. ZM, new high of day.
RTTR.
I like this gap on the candle on the up on SPY. Look for bulls to step up here, or at least try to for a 277 put. They got to hold this 276.50 here, or we're going to start knifing down. I'm pretty sure low of day will break here on the next break under 276.50. It's only,
Pixie.
13 cents away, but I think it'll just be a knife. Look for bids to get pulled here on the 50 fail. So there's the 50 pull. I saw some nice sells at 49, which held the price. A little surprised they didn't pull 49. Usually they'll pull the 4.49 after 50. Okay, there they pulled the 49 this time, and now we should look for that pullback hard. I think 276. So the 5-minute mark till the 30-minute candle will close here soon, and again, want to see that 276 close for the 30-minute candle.
CHCI.
Also, it'll give me more confirmation on the 60-minute candle that the bullish move up for open is weak. If you look at the 60-minute, you can see that all that selling pressure is based on very little volume. of course, pre-market. And the bulls here weren't able to take over at all, using a lot more volume.
REGI.
Okay, it looks like 277.50 has now become VWAP, which is the level I want to see this close over for the app. We have 45 seconds left here on the candle.
NURO.
Close under the 100 EMA here with a gap on the up. 2-cent gap here.
UAVS.
Interesting. Hey guys, I'm going to try an AMD short. I didn't get an entry here because I wanted that 53.89 and it came down about 5 cents too fast. So I'll just wait for a pushback up here. Look for 277.50 rejection.
KBSF. LYTS. BIMI. RTTR.
Damn, there's the 30 cents I was looking for. Shout out to Sammy Boy on his short on AMD from 53.97. Well done. Yeah, TJ, I agree. This is the level I was looking for before when I want to try an AMD for the long side, but they failed it pretty hard down to that 276.30 level I was looking for, so I didn't try taking the long. I like that it's holding over here though on the futures. Okay, the VOG. If they hold this 276.50 here, I'm going to try going along with you on it. If they fail it here in this minute, then I'm going to not take it. I'm just chill on it. I don't want to short it. Okay, they pulled the 276.50 there. Let's see if they reclaim. It's starting to look a little weaker here.
VISL. SPC.
Wow, look at that volume increase there on SPY that held at 276.50. So it looked like they were about to fail it. All we needed was a volume increase to outweigh the sellers, and they literally ripped it here 60 cents. So happy to see that volume push there at the end of the candle.
WWR. UAVS.
Okay, now that the VOG's out, I'm gonna look for the short side. Again, I want to see something like the 53.90. Okay, I
NURL.
took the 53.89 short. All risk up to 54.20, so 30 cents. Target 53.50, and then lows and lower. I'll look to do 2-to-1 add near my stop. I don't want to risk up to HOD because of how it moved yesterday and how it moved today as well. That 54.30 is an inflection point, so if I risk an additional 10 cents, I could just keep going, or I can reject, and I'd rather just cut it at my level. So we'll see what happens here. Again, 53.89 short entry on
APDN.
AMD now that the VOG's out, and I'll see what happens.
CREG. BIMI.
TJ, what's your entry on space? I see it here sitting at 20 bucks. Netflix approaching that 424 acting resistance, also high of day. I see 4,000, the same 4,000 stack sitting there. It's the same exact one as before. It hasn't moved. 4,100 shares that was there before.
GURE. Again.
I like this grind up and push on SPY. Also, I like that AMD's holding under 54 here. That didn't launch with it.
IDXG. UAVS.
This is a bad knife, guys. This is not a good knife on SPY.
VISL. LYTS.
I think they're about to pull the bids, guys. Be careful under 276.90 here. Oh yeah, here. That's a 1.3 cent gap as well on the candle on the down. And AMD still chilling the 53.90s. That sucks.
LTRPB.
SPY is knifing here. I'm adding to my short, guys. I just added here, right at my entry. This is bad, guys. My next target on SPY is 274.
UAVS.
I like the 275.50 level as well from previous, and we also have a little support level from pre-market here. 275.70. We just tested under the pre-market level, pre-market low, and now we just posted new lows here, guys. Be really careful. Happy that AMD is starting to go my way, but man, it's strong today. I'd be more than happy to reverse this trade over 276. It looks like it's just going to launch over 276, but with this kind of selling pressure, I'd rather
OCGN.
just chill, let this trade kind of work out for me. Trying to work for me.
USEG.
Yeah, these are reductions here, guys. But bulls need to step up right here, up to 276.20. Actually, preferably 276.50. It literally knifed under 276.50. BA, that 140 level mentioned yesterday was nice acting support. We were looking for the short under 140. It didn't break 140, so we didn't take it. And today, TJ put that on the watch list. Beautiful level at 140. And then now we're sitting at 135. We just had a low of day, 135.10. Well done on BA short on the watch list. $276 rejecting here. They just rejected it hard there, guys. And then they just let it go over 276 here. I think they'll push it up to 276.20 and then fail it. Or just fail it. Just looks like a bear trap. Like, it just looks like a trap here. So I'm just going to stick bearish on my sentiment for the day unless we're over 277 TJ's level. Even though we have an inflection at 276, that 277's shown too much strength today. Whereas we don't have enough testing at 276 yet to know if we're going to hold support or not.
NURO.
So you guys see there's an order of 1,500 shares at 10.22.15 on 276.20, and we rejected off that level. We got a little bit of a, we got like a, it looks like after that 1,500 went through on the bid, they just pulled everything else. So I'm pretty sure 276.20 had like one fill on the ask. They skipped it a couple pennies, 276.23, and then pulled it back. So I think sellers need to take over here, or SPY looks a little bit bullish to 276.50. I don't like how this RSI looks though for the bullish move. It just looks weak. TJ, what do you think about SPY RSI here?
Can you hear me?
Hey TJ, welcome.
Yeah, I think
BIMI.
it's healthy. I don't think it's bad. I mean, for me personally, I'm not in it right now, but I do kind of want to see a test of VWAP, 2765, and then a tank. If we see another tank there, we know it's going to continue. There's not going to be any buyers left. But at this point, like
LWAY.
2760, if that mark doesn't break, I can see another push down.
All right, thanks TJ.
Yeah, sorry, I have like some large caps to monitor today, so didn't even get to trade much.
No worries. You focus on what you got to do. I'm kind of pissed about this AMD. We came down so hard on SPY and AMD just chilling.
I bought TVIX, but I'm still undecided if I should take profits or leave it. What if it goes to like 750 again?
What's your average on TVX?
228.98, I think. So 229 pretty much.
You take any profits yet?
No.
TJ, I think like stick to your rules on the VWAP pull. I think we go bullish over the 277 on SPY. So yeah, I'd say 277 on SPY.
Man, I must be the luckiest guy ever. I sold what is it, Amazon puts when I was supposed to buy it, and I was like, great, this sucks. Now it's back in the money. All right. Now I can go ahead and flip it. Oh man, I did the worst thing, guys. So I looked. You remember those options that I was mentioning, guys? The Amazon 1800 calls, bought it at I believe 1800, right, per contract. When I looked this morning, it was at like 4,500. Sorry, 40,500, I believe. Let me check. Anyways, I got so sad when I saw that. I was like, wow. I made 100 and what did I make? Yeah, 100 and like because I was up like 350%, but I was too greedy. Came back down, so at 150%, I closed it. But who would have known? I mean, I had literally April 17th calls, so wow, just my luck. And I bought those in November, right? I think it was like November. That sucks.
Hey, I just wanted to alert this. I put in trading chat as you were talking. I just added on my AMD short here 1-to-1. New average 53.99. New stop loss 54.31. Target still 53.50. And SPY's knifing here. Beautiful. Let's see here. Really okay at my average, which is great. I'm considering scaling some out, guys, even at break even. Even at break even here, because what it'll allow me to do is just manage my risk tolerance. I didn't want to put my stop loss to 54.30 based on my ads. I am. And I've added twice now. So I did my original entry, then I added once, and then as a 1-to-1, and I did another 1-to-1 ad. So my first entry was 53.89, my 1-to-1 53.89 again on that
NURL.
hard knife of SPY. Unfortunately, I didn't get the move I was looking for on AMD. And then I did one more 1-to-1 at 54.09. So I'm considering the small scale at break even. I still like this bearish though, under the 27620 and 27650 and 277. Like I just see more resistance than support here, TJ. That's why I think we should be focusing on the short side of SPY here. I only have support at 275.50, 274, and 272.50. That's it. I don't have any other support levels on SPY. Remember last time, guys, it went from 275, 275.50, 275 tried to hold, and then we came all the way down to 271.50 from the 275 fill. So I kind of want to see at least 275 for the main support test
TBLT.
above 274, because 274 is my inflection point.
No, it wasn't. It was 8.4K is my average. But yeah, that sucks. Still 40,000 for. Oh well.
GSCT, thank you so much for the kind words, Matt. It really means a lot. Thank you. That 27620 level rejected again here. Also note it's 20 EMA now on SPY. Valentin, thank you very much. By the way, are you Russian or am I pronouncing it wrong and it's actually pronounced Valentine?
It's
Okay,
Vladimir.
cool. No, his name is Valentin, like from GoldenEye. Remember GoldenEye back in the day?
Nope. What
On
is that?
N64, GoldenEye. James Bond?
No, I never really played N64. Too busy hustling.
Yeah, his name was Valentin Zukovsky.
Selling knockoff jerseys.
VISL.
Ooh, excited to see how the debt markets are doing.
Let me read this real quick.
UAVS.
You read that G20 post I made, right?
LTRPB.
There we go. I know, Sharky. Like I'm just so excited to see what happens. Did you see the high yields? Man, the short interest on those are ridiculous. I want like there's gonna be a massive short squeeze. Massive. People are gonna lose their shit. The banks, well, primarily banks, they're gonna lose their shit if this ever short squeezes. Look at that, 60% on high yield. That is fucked.
DCAR.
60% short. And if you look at the put to call ratio, I've never seen anything like it. Okay, maybe on like
Adil.
LK and stuff, but like it's literally like shitty China stocks that have that kind of a put to call ratio. It's ridiculous. Hey Mark, good job, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks to you. Got that nice short.
Riot. LYTS.
Hey guys, last ad here. Did a 2-to-1 ad, 54.25. I'm only going to risk these 7 cents here. I'll stop out. Sorry, 56 cents, 54.31 stop. So I'll stick to my rules here. Hopefully it doesn't hit. And I'm out. That sucks. It's okay. So there I was just trying to stick to my idea of averaging out my trade. And took a loss for it. So I'm thinking about doing the reversal, but I still don't like SPY under the 276.50. So I'm just going to sit my hands for a bit. I'm actually going to go make a coffee, so I'll be back. Only did the one trade so far, and yeah, it didn't work out, but it's just kind of chopped today. Even with the SPY moves coming down and like, all the
GURE.
analysis has been good, just AMD stayed so bullish. And you guys heard me say I wanted to try going along with the VOG, and I just wasn't able to get the entries that I was looking for today. So those ones all would have worked out, and then the ones that I took ended up going against me a little bit. So that's all good. I just got to try and stick to my rules better, like the reducing partial on that second ad that I did when I had a chance to. I just decided to see if it would work out. So I'll have something to look over when I come back here, just to review my.
NURO.
Man, look at those swaps. Okay, I can't share the rest. Some of them is positions BMO is in, so not allowed to share them. But I can tell you that they are getting into casino and gaming, application softwares, building products, and research and consulting services. Oh, damn! I never even thought about that. Those, business consulting services, they must be going up right now. That I could share. So there you go. Hey, JSH. So when you take a loss like that, please don't trade. The biggest thing I see that traders make as a mistake is they over leverage themselves because they need to make back that 8K. And
TBLT.
believe me, it is going to be worse for you. Like you're just going to get yourself into a deeper hole. So I always encourage people to not trade, especially if you're down. Just give it a bit of time. There's no rush.
BRQS. DCAR. Fat. PTLA. Riot. APDN.
And I just looked at one. Now I have another one. This sucks. Now we're gonna. JODAS. That's pretty much just the units on paper or on production, on product, whatever it is. So BMO is a sell side and a buy side firm. So obviously they're going to be issuing credit as well. So when larger companies require funding, they make special packages for them, right? So you can kind of see what they're doing, refinancing or dividend recaps, acquisition, So you're kind of seeing what's actually um, their main focus on the transaction, where obviously BMO makes money, because obviously this report is internal. So what matters to them is how they make money, right? It is a bank after all. So the debt markets gives us a window into what the banks are doing on the
UAVS.
on the buy side firms, right? So clearly they know which ones they want to be financing and which deals to take on. So pretty much we can use this to be like, okay, these are the services that they're looking sectors that they're looking at, and they're willing to issue debt in a time period where it's really risky. So you can take that knowledge and then look into stocks that also provide the same kind of return. But that's like the most layman's terms I could really explain it. All right, I'll be back.
Barbecue.
All right, I'm back. Guys, I also want to remind you, like, low floats are dangerous. If you guys are gonna trade it, we have a scanner. It has a phenomenal low float scanner, so I highly encourage you guys to look into it. Just take a quick screenshot here. This, if you're trading low floats, I mean, this is pretty much the only thing you're gonna be looking. If you're like me and you're looking for some investments, some deals in the marketplace, anything that is larger cap so you can take some size on, you want to monitor this one. And if you're short biased because everything's moving down today, SPY's tanking, then you're gonna want to watch the fader scan. The fader scan is amazing, and also the support scan.
SNSS.
There you go. That pretty much breaks it down.
UAVS. NURO. Pixie. barbecue, DCAR, RCON, rave, APDN. IFMK. LTRPB. UAVS. OCGN. DCAR. NURO. Rave.
All right, so SPY's looking a little bit weaker over here. I like GILD as a short, so yeah, going to pretty much see if I can hold on to this. I want to see that break of 75. There is a lot of short interest, so you have to keep a tight stop on this because if it moves up, people are just going to start covering. So keep an eye on that. There we go. SPY's coming down nicely. Oh, I don't get it. I was just stopped out there. That was so mean of SPY. All it had to do was just stay down, but no, it had to stop me out and then tank. All right, so GILD is now finally tanking down, so that looks good. Now, the only problem is it's on the 3 standard deviation, which I don't like. So I want to see another push down, probably around 74.80s. Now, I kind of want to keep this short for a while because after I did some DD last night and I was like, okay, there's a lot of people that think that this drug isn't actually going to work. The one that GILD is working on for the coronavirus. So I was like, should I make this bet as well and follow what the market's telling me? Yeah, you have to. Because it could be like the most beautiful short ever. Because remember, when the market tanked, this stock literally stayed up because of one thing and one thing only, because they had that coronavirus drug in the pipeline. I mean, look at that daily chart. It's such a mess.
BGS. MRKR. LYTS. NURO.
There we go. There's that tank on GILD that we were expecting. And let's see if this continues down lower. Remember, guys, don't get too greedy on this. There's a lot of shorts that are going to be, covering too. I mean, there could be shorts all the way up from the the $80 handle. So for them, they just made 5 points. That's huge. So keep an eye out. I am expecting that daily chart. If you take a look, there's that trend line that it pretty much formed. I'm expecting that to break. So that's why I'm going into it now. I'm going in for fundamental reasons. You don't have to do the same. It's way easier just to I don't know, buy a put, okay, or sell a call, whichever one.
Rave.
So thoughts on USO? So I still have my contracts. I didn't get rid of them. You know, when I buy options, I know I'm gonna lose 100%. That's pretty much what I guarantee. So I'm still holding on to it. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Um, but I have October contracts, so as long as it moves up by then, should be good. I never get into an option contract without knowing I can lose all of it. And as soon as you trade with that mentality, you might be able to hold on longer. That being said, yesterday I was down 20%. Today I'm down like 40%. So should have got out of it in hindsight. The other good thing is, I'm finally up on my IWM or Russell short that I took. That was down like 15% yesterday. Also on IWM, I'm trying out like various strategies. So I have three strategies that I'm actually trying out on it to see which one works the best. And yeah, let's see how it goes.
CYCC.
Come on, GILD, just tank more. Such a slow moving stock. There we go, slowly taking it out. I guess we can target like the, I'd say, where do we target? 74.40s. Keep in mind, SPY is moving up over here, so it's probably going to have another pullback up. So, nice place to take some profits out. Lasagna lover, well done on that GILD play.
Grill.
All right, finally, WORX works is tanking, and just been waiting for that tank all day. Let's see if we can crack below the support level. There's a lot of overhead resistance on it, so yeah, let's see. I don't want to see it over 930s. That is kind of like my level.
UAVS.
Yeah, 910 to 930s. What's everyone trading? I told you guys to just close your eyes and just buy AMD at the 42, 43 mark. And gold is tanking today. NQ is looking strong right now, so I could see another push up on SPY. And again, like, we tested lows, held support, came back up, RSI adjusted. This does look a little bit bullish on ES. Plus, we made a higher low, so keep an eye out. Could see a, triangle formation. Oh, and NQ tanked. Never mind. Down we go. Wow, Tesla tanked. Guys, keep in mind, like, 730s is a decent level for Tesla. Like, fair value wise, 730 is amazing. Do I think it can go higher? You know, it's not, I don't know. I don't think it should be higher. But this is the same stock that went to 900 bucks.
CYCC.
Kind of happy with my Amazon puts now because 2300 is not holding. So as long as it stays under there, looks good. Yes, looking weak over here. Watch for that push down. If it doesn't hold support here, it looks bad. I kind of want to take a long entry, so probably going to look for a long if we hold this level here. This is a perfect example of entering when stops get triggered, because anyone that bought the dip, anyone actually that bought the dip, um, they would have
LTRPB.
looked at this mark over here as like the support range. So, most people would have
NURO.
been like, okay, as long as that holds, it's gonna go back up.
DCAR.
But the moment it cracks, there's um, guys with stop losses that are way too tight that are gonna get stopped out. So you can take that nice entry. And remember, no reservation, no fear, and no hesitation. There we go. Bobby, I was talking about Amazon and then I just moved to ES.
BGS.
Remember, Oxy is not good, guys. Like, they had an offering. Buffett had to buy it, right? So that's a dilution on the float. So technically, it should be going lower. Like, it should be at like $10.
Grill. SNSS. CYCC.
All right, NQ still tanking, so watch SPY. It's probably going to come down more. I got 27.55 as my average, so hopefully it doesn't go too far down. Shouldn't even be trading SPY. It's just like in a range.
Finel. UAVS.
SPY's looking weak here. I'm gonna stop myself out. Let's see if I can get a bounce. Oh, it's a dirty red candlestick there. Let's see. Should I get out?
Works. NURO.
But that's a nice pin bar. I'll give it a couple minutes. Damn, those buyers came up.
CYCC.
Tesla getting a lot of volume here could reverse upwards.
Ooh, I like that. Kind of missed the best entry though. All right, there we go, Spy. That got me scared for a second. I'm gonna scale some. All right, back in business. Amazon's looking like a nice flag. Well, not flag, like a triangle pattern. So just keep an eye out. We could see a breakout on it. There we go, Spy. I hope we got the bottom. Yeah, like Amazon's like just chilling over there, so it could actually just break out up or down. Who knows? But just keep an eye on it if you took the trade that I took. Bought some puts now, so let's see. And I sold some calls just in case. For the calls, I got the 17th, like April 17th ones, but for the puts, what did I get for the puts? 90 days out. Let's see. I got July ones. So, yeah. All right, guys. Spy's testing view up over here, so we're going to take a little bit more off.
SNES.
All right, so I'm down to 10 contracts, and I'm just going to hold on to it, see what happens.
NURO.
It's a strong push with volume on that, so it could actually continue. And if GILD doesn't break that 75, it looks like it's probably going to continue down. Now, SPY's ripping here, so it's really scary to hold on to GILD. So make sure you guys have tight stops in the profits too. Don't want to get screwed by the Fred. I said Fred. The spread.
TJ, your works got halted on the down.
As it should. Yes.
Great short.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Fundamentals, guys, never lies. Numbers never lie. And that company barely has any numbers.
CYCC.
Man, JS, you are just killing it. Well done. JS is probably like, all this time I spent my life in corporate life, all I had to do was just stay at home and trade with UT.
BGS.
Believe me, I said the same thing too when I started. Now when I look back, I'm like, shit, why didn't I do it earlier? All right, guys. So we did good on that bottom on SPY. So here's the thing. For me personally, normally I'd scale out right here. Like this would be my point to like scale out because RSI is really high. But I only have 10 left and I kind of want to see if we, move up higher. For me, really, like the main goal for me when I'm trading now, it's not to like really make money, it's just like to capitalize as much as I can on on the bigger moves. So I'm gonna be holding on. That does not mean you guys have to. You guys have to make money first, then you can do strategies like mine. So yeah, it's a really good scale out point, as you can see there. Look at that beauty. Now it's obviously gonna go right back to my entry, but maybe I should flip it, but I don't know. What if it retraces higher? So on this retracement, what I want to see is that SPY holds 2764. If 2764, 65-ish kind of holds, then I can see another push up. If it don't, then, bulls are going to get exhausted. We can probably get it all the way down to 2761. No, Tesla does not follow anything, to be honest. It doesn't follow tech. It doesn't. Its correlation is all over the place. And you have way more outliers on Tesla than any other, like anything. It's not just sector driven on something like Tesla, which is also why people love day trading it. Yeah, I mean, it's a cult stock, right? I mean, Tesla was the second stock I ever bought in my life. For me to go short on Tesla is like going against everything that made me, right? So it's so hard. And you have to remember, there's guys like me who have traded this, who had their like life savings all in on this when it was at $60, like I was, right? those guys aren't going to want to get rid of it. They've made a killing on Tesla. So there's always going to be those bullish guys. And I actually know a few traders that only trade Teslas. That's it. That's all they trade. Right? It's a cult stock. So you have to be careful, especially like with someone like Elon Musk. Like he has a good, I guess a good reputation too, right? Trying to save the world. Should have taken us to Mars before coronavirus. Where do you think work is going to tank to? Oh my god, I just looked at the hourly chart. That shit's going back down to like $3. Now, with my current broker, it doesn't make sense to hold on to shorts, guys, overnight, which sucks because they charge like 8 times borrow fee for the first overnight, and then after that, it's just 1 times. But it's just not like feasible. I think it's 8 times. It could be 7 or 6, but yeah. So it's not like feasible to keep shorting it. And there is SPY tanking. Let's see if this holds. I should have got out. See, told you guys. But what if I got the bottom? Man, I just wish I just sold at the top there and just shorted it on SPY. Look at SPY. Like literally when I said this is the time to get out, all it did was just go down. And it hit my mark too. That 2761 was the target. If this doesn't hold, I'll get out, obviously. Not going to take a lot. I'm hoping it continues up here because RSI did kind of adjust, but yeah, it looks pretty weak. Please tell me like work isn't like T12 halted.
Works. DCAR.
Works is open again.
Oh, okay. Now it's moving. Good.
Knife down straight to 7. Wow.
That sucks.
NURO.
And I told you guys, this is why we don't chase penny stocks and we short them. Stats tell us you have way better odds. Now, you do need a specialized broker for it, unfortunately. So you need something like Trade Zero or Centerpoint Capital, Centerpoint Securities, sorry, to short these kind of stocks. And it's worth it. I mean, I have that broker primarily for that one reason, just to short. It isn't the best broker for. Actually, it's horrible at everything else. But for shorting
OTEL.
penny stocks, pieces of shit companies, it's the best broker. The borrow fees have got it more expensive though, especially since Americans now have access to Trade Zero, so that kind of sucks. But oh well. Man, should I cover some? Yeah, I'll cover a little bit here. Wow, that was a good cover. The hell? What did I
CYCC.
get stopped out of? Damn it, ES. You had one job. Not to go down to my entry again. Now it's gonna rip right back up, of course. Everyone's like, yep, TJ's out. Let's rip it back up now.
LTRPB. BGS.
Wait a minute. That's so jokes. Thank you for posting that, Tony. Appreciate it. I should have. Maybe I should add on to it, actually. Nah, that's being greedy. Remember, pumping and dumping stocks for companies is also a strategy. I mean, a lot of companies live off of pump and dumps. Pretty much every single low flow. When you really think about it, they're the smartest guys ever. To be honest, they keep their float low, wait till someone pumps it, have an ATM offering ready at their disposal, comes out with some sort of stupid news like I'm creating, I don't know, a plug outlet for a ventilator, and then boom, that fucking thing goes up like 200%, and then they do an offering, and now you just paid for their
CIH.
entire like fucking trip to Cabo, and fucking now they're just chilling inside their yacht in some Mediterranean Sea, and it was all thanks to penny stock traders. So you can't hate the company, can't hate the player. Actually, can't even hate the game. I won't lie, the thought has actually crossed my mind about doing the same thing, but yeah, I was like, I don't know. Would I be able to live with myself? Probably could. Mar, you guys are funny. Nah, you know what? I believe in karma. Once, like, those guys will either have a short life, something's horrible is going to happen with their family life or something. Karma is going to get them one way or another. Anyone that's got money illegally, they're not happy. Speak to Madoff's family. They'll tell you they have a shit ton of money, but absolutely nothing else. And I know a lot of people say that money solves all issues, but it actually doesn't. It just amplifies everything. That's about it. See what I told you guys? See? They stopped me out on SPY and they ran it right back up. Why, thank you.
It's that psychological reasoning we.
No, it
So
is. I mean, look, when you have money, yeah, you're gonna do everything your heart desires, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. But that's like you're at a higher level now, right? So your everything that's good is at a higher level. Everything that's worse is at a lower level, right? So you got huge mood swings, and also, I'm not even gonna start talking about like fluctuations on your PNL. That keeps me up at night.
Yeah, they're saying like what do you call that? No matter how much money you have, you'll never be satisfied.
I mean, I do this because
UAVS.
like it's a skill. I've worked hard on it, and I don't see myself stopping yet. I got way too much to make, and honestly, after all the hours I put into it,
SNSS.
it's worth, you know, it's worth it. Everything I worked for, but on the other spectrum, like I don't think I'm gonna be working when I'm like 40. For sure, I'm probably gonna be
XBIO.
retired by then. And the best part about it is, didn't have to do anything unethical.
Waiting on that hedge fund, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, by tank. If it holds support here, I'll go for a long, but I think it looks weak now. And Works is tanking again. Oh my god, look at that bloodbath. From 9.30, guys, from $9.30 all the way down to $7, guys. Oh, 680s. That is crazy. Now it's probably gonna go, like I said, back to like $4 where it belongs.
TBLT.
All right, I gotta get off voice chat. I'll be on the trading chat.
Thanks for all the voice calls. Thanks for being on voice, Chris. Makes it a lot easier for me. Consensus on SPY is that 275 is the main support. Over should be bullish. Under should be bearish. BA, my short bias is just that it looks weak all day. Right now, I'm looking at the 63 RSI resistance on the 1 minute. And the VWAP has just been downtrending all day. And then market sentiment also has not been good. Nice.
JZ, your mic is still on.
Thank you.
NURO.
Okay, I can come back on voice chat. Man, gold is just tanking. Maybe I should have got out of GLD.
DCAR.
Still can't believe I never got stopped out of TVIX. TVIX is way more reactive today. I'm actually kind of happy to have TVIX back. It's been a long time, my old friend.
Is backwardation done on it?
Rave.
Nope, still heavy backwardation. We need like a huge, like something to really tank the markets for VIX to move up. But, so far it's not too bad. VIX is moving up though. So here's the open price,
UAVS.
just so you guys can see.
PSTI.
So this is something that I always look at. I want to see what the open price is or the previous close, whichever one. I find like the previous close is more effective, but open price usually like tells you the dramatic change, and you can kind of see it over the course of all those contracts.
NURO. Vero. OCGN. Ultra Pay. CHCI. PFNX. CHNR. MN.
All right, GILD is looking weak. I'm hoping we get that tank that we are waiting for. So let's see what happens here.
NURO.
Wait, did the guy went up from 117k to 5k? Wow, that sucks. What did he trade? Probably options.
RGLS.
Wow.
If anyone took the BA short, I have a hard stop at 136.5. Over that, it should squeeze. But so far, so good.
Yeah, how
Yeah.
many members on Wall Street Bets, by the way? There's also
Still target.
Sorry, go ahead.
My bad. Still targeting 135. Under 135, I should know.
LTRPB.
So confirmation biasness, guys. This is something that a lot of people have. Unfortunately, they like to showcase the most successful ones, right? So you're gonna see probably less than 1% of Wall Street Bets users actually make money. The rest are just fucking bag holding stupid shit. Oh, survivalship biasness. Sorry, wrong one.
LTRPB.
If anyone wants to read about it, I hope that one's a good one. I haven't really watched it myself, but hopefully.
So yeah, check out LTRPB. Thanks for the shout out, Dasset man. It looks like something you would play, so yeah. LTR LTRPB is halted.
UAVS.
Alright, no one touch LTRPB. That's why. I've never seen a float that low. So his buy and his sells will wreck you. Stay away from it. Vivi, I like to check a couple sources. So I like to check Wall Street Journal and I like to check Market Watch just to make sure that it's correct. Yeah, FinViz is also really good.
Guys, this happened on Wins. Tan got stuck in it for like 6 months.
Can traded wins? WINS? Yeah, I thought so. Wins, WINS. Chinese company.
So yeah, how many shares do you have? What's your entry? No way I'm shorting that. It's like, what do you mean I'm down 600%?
Yeah, 150k float. Soy alone could rotate that. You could too, TJ.
Don't tempt me.
Yeah, I shouldn't say anything.
What's the volume on it today?
It's only 60k. Wow.
Yeah, that's why. Now watch, some retail traders are gonna chase it and then boom. Man, imagine you bought it at 47 and it goes to $30. That stock is pretty much a living proof of survivorship biasness.
UAVs.
Can Gilead just tank? Thank you. Just a little bit more. Who's buying it?
CRNX.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Been
What up,
fighting
Chris?
internet issues the past.
Sorry to cut you off. Was that Chris?
No, okay.
Oh, yo, what's up?
SNSS. RGLS. LTRPB. NURO. Ultra Pay. UAVS. Grill.
Wait, do they have putts?
LTRPB.
Holy shit. $64?
So yeah, I told you.
Come on, Green Candle Man. Play it.
Do it. I'm rooting on you.
So you want me to tank it?
No, don't take it. No.
It's halted again.
Yeah.
I was thinking of playing a couple of shares just for fun, just to shits and giggles.
Ultra Pay.
Like play one share and you make like a fucking $200. That'd be nice. I mean, wins did go up to like 500.
That's exactly what I was thinking. But I don't want to tempt anyone to chase. It's a 100K float.
Wait, do you
Anyone
have
else
another
long
one?
ES or MES? Nobody's long the market.
I was, and I got stopped out.
I'm currently in a long right now.
See, Sharky is the smartest guy of them all. He's like, I'll just buy their A class. But wait, what's the float on that one? That's going to be an issue.
Rave.
Yeah, Sharky, that's gonna be a little harder.
Float 72 million. But 2% is short. What is this company anyways? Liberty TripAdvisor? Is it actually TripAdvisor? Oh shit, it is. I'm just posting like old news. This is the only thing I see.
So yeah,
DCAR.
I sold a couple of contracts there just because we bumped
UAVS.
up against VWAP. So now I got none. Hoping it retraces a little bit here and VWAP.
Nice work. I think that's a good short entry actually.
Yeah, it's kind of basing, so I don't know if... Yeah, you could short off there and use VWAP as your your stop area for sure. I'm looking to maybe buy this again at like 2762
I like that
back
idea.
at the 20 MA. It's sort of counter trend, but your short's not bad either. So either way, take your pick, whatever your bias
Yeah, I
is
was
on the market
thinking
for the day.
2770. If it doesn't crack 2770, we can probably get it down again. Man, market's been so boring today. It's just like channeling.
I know it's been so exciting for so long, and it's like,
LTRPB.
oh, there you go, green candle, man. He's got 163 shares. Soya's got balls.
He did it.
There we go. It's open.
Another halt. Another halt coming if they don't got.
Yo, I feel like getting out because I don't want that stuff to get stuck for 2 months, like unlimited trade halt thing. You know, the
Yeah.
same thing with wins and
Yeah, just sell 63 shares.
Well, wins
or
took till what?
69.
Under
Wins,
and get an old 63.
wins in T12 until what? 300, 400? But there were a lot of halts there.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful of that stuff. Just even LK. Remember, I was calling for LK guys. They're fabricating numbers. They're going to be under investigation by the SEC.
RMED.
They're just letting the funds sell out here. So stay the hell away. And it's still freaking halted too. Either up or down. This kind of stuff you got to be really careful with. $1,433%. Okay, watching SPY again here. So I might, if she breaks out over this range, like 2770, I might go back in long. Otherwise, I'm still looking for a pullback.
So how many halts is too many halts for you?
I don't know. I think last time Elfin halted like 27 times or something.
Oh, elephant because of blockchain? Yeah.
This is
You're
different.
in,
Elfin had volume. This had nothing. It's like moving on air.
yeah, you're on 14 halts right now, just by the way.
14? Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, it ran from $2 to 74. Man.
Just market a few at the open and then let 63 ride. You got your profit. You're only riding profit after that. So yeah, if it opens up at 80, 100, and you've got $3,000 there, and then you're only riding 63, so it's almost you basically have no risk. You're playing with the house's money. 3 shares.
Yeah, it's a smart strat.
So then even if it does
CRNX.
get halted T12 or whatever, you didn't lose anything. But if it goes to 200, so yeah, then you can mock all of us.
It's only 163 shares. Plus
If
you're
the
long.
share
If you were
price goes
short,
to 200, if the share price goes to 200,
How many do you have, TJ?
and I didn't go as wild as you. I only got filled like
You
53.
probably got 200 somewhere.
No, okay, no. I have 114. I don't even know how you got that filled because I tried to get more. I couldn't even get it.
Did you do market? Because I usually do market. If you did limit, you're not gonna get any.
Yeah, no, I just hit the ask, but like, damn, like I don't know how you got it. Unfair.
Did you hear my plan there, Green Candleman, for
UAVS.
your holding?
PSTI.
Oh, and guys, we don't advise this.
Rave.
We this is literally like the lowest, like a small percentage of our portfolio.
Do not try this at home, even if you are at
Nah.
home right now.
Yeah, don't do this. I know it seems like it's a lot of shares, but for our account sizes, it's actually technically small.
You watching SPY at the same time here, or are you fixated on LT or PB?
Honestly, I'm just like, I'm not in SPY right now, so I wanted to short it, but yeah, missed the perfect entry.
It's still holding around here, so but very little volume, very little volume. It's totally slacked off here.
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna cope with lower volatility environments anymore. We were so spoiled by this market.
There we go. Now we just broke above VWAP. To long it or not to long it? That is the question. Ran away from me a little bit too far here. See if it comes back a little. Anything going on right now as far as speeches or anything? Maybe I'll take a starter here. Just dip a little bit.
So
coming back.
ES
Sorry.
Nice
or
breakout on
ES
ES.
is tagging here.
Yeah, good job.
200.
Good call on that, Tony.
Yeah, it's not coming back. I'm waiting for it to come back. I took just one contract, but I'm looking to add more if it comes back a little bit closer to 2770. I hate chasing.
So yeah, how many
Or
shares do
just-
you have of Dow?
DCAR.
I think 22,300.
Of Delta Airlines?
Why did you pick Delta? I would have gone for like
Because Warren
UAL.
Buffett chased it, man.
I played it last week Thursday, and I played it again as a Monday swing.
Okay.
Here comes ES coming back to me a little bit. I'm going to take another one maybe here. And then use the bottom of that last candle, 2765, kind of as an area to get out. Like if it drops below VWAP again, get the hell out.
Sharky, you're doing an amazing job on that trade. LTRPA. Such a weird ticker.
Here we go. All right, I took another contract. 2765. I'm going to say the
APDN.
amount.
Ultra Pay. UAVS.
I want this coming back to Weevop here.
Yeah, so then I can get an entry.
Or what?
Yeah, Spy's so boring today. It's ridiculous.
I better not erase this big green candle.
I feel like this is longer than a 10-minute halt.
You're just counting the.
Actually, it is. It is more than a 10-minute halt.
LTRPB.
Oh wait, I see it. Something coming.
There it is. Yeah,
LTRPB.
order's gone through. 83s.
And it's gonna halt again. I got a blue. Oh no, recovered.
Are you able to get out, TJ? I can't even sell 10 share out.
Thing.
There we go. Spy bouncing a little bit there
But I should.
on the 2 minute. I'm up to 4 contracts there now.
Don't sell, Soya. This is going to the moon. I'm joking. I don't know where it's going to go, but honestly, at this point, we have absolutely no risk on this
I
trade.
can't even sell 10 shares.
I say there's absolutely no risk from our entries, but if this was halted, that would be fucked. Man, $90. Damn.
All right, good luck, you guys.
Oh, wow. How did you try and sell? Did you have a limit order, Soya, or were you trying to mark it out?
I tried everything, market, limit, everything, stop
Yeah,
orders,
flattened
whatever
didn't
can
work.
do it.
They're just avoiding you. Market makers are avoiding you.
I just realized, Soya, what if Toss is not letting us sell?
Oh shit.
I just thought about that.
Like they put a restriction,
Yeah.
stock restriction for holders. You guys did any of you guys go long Spy there with me? Come on. I know you guys are making more money with LT or PPRB, but who bought that pullback? Now fly.
I wanted that pullback, but then the LTBR, whichever one, opened, so.
There's a few people long in the chat. That's good to see. I take a contract off here just to reduce my risk. I'm green 72774. Come on. Yeah.
Damn, that's a beautiful call. Also, Sharky, nice job on that trade. Well done. That's a smart trade.
Yeah, I was long this 2756, then sold out at VWAP essentially 2767. Then when it cracked over, kind of a thing. So just playing those levels. Sell another contract here and let a couple run. Everybody's getting those Benjamins market. Mar has like the best attitude in this community, don't you think, TJ?
I think so.
positive persons here. Omar.
So
But
yeah,
yeah,
it's
we
a
we love
toss
you.
mess up. Just go on their chat, ask them.
Support chat.
Yeah.
I'm riding some American and some Delta here as well, so I'm just scaling out a few of those too.
And it's what is it? TDA Trade Desk.
Jay, did you figure out if they had a restriction on the stock, or did they?
Don't know yet.
Don't
I'm
know yet.
waiting.
Why don't you just market some at the open, this next
Okay.
open?
No, that's what we were doing. Oh, I just
You
went
were doing
flat
it,
in
and it still wouldn't go up.
Yeah, I was just trying to flat out.
Oh, that sucks. You wouldn't have thought the broker's gonna friggin'
Well, it makes
screw
sense
you.
because like both of our account sizes, they're probably like, we're the fuckers that are pumping this up.
We're not even pumping for shit.
I
Only
know.
163, only 100 share for each of us.
It was at $50. Like if you were pumping it, it would be at $10 or lower. Hey, guys! If the SEC did join our chat, I told you guys don't buy this. Okay, the complete opposite of what I did. I knew I shouldn't have done this. Now we're gonna get stuck in a T12. Yeah, see, I'm so glad we record everything on YouTube. I thought this one was the best meme ever for the NSA.
YTRA.
Yeah, Jared said that Kumo was on CNN or on some network, so his chatter sometimes causes a little bit of a market reaction.
So I was busy trying to look up the LTRB thing, and I see they have a lot of public tickers on the Nasdaq and everything.
No time to do research, like when you're stuck in a T12 halt, right?
Even their logo
Yeah.
looks like Illuminati.
It is. This is what they do once a year. They're like, okay, guys, it's time to make our bank. Running out of gas in my yacht. Hey, why can't we have a ticker? How much do you think it'll cost for us to have a ticker? What do we do? I don't know. We're just a babysitting
I
company
think it
doing
costs
blockchain.
500K a year to pay the Nasdaq or something like that.
That's it? That's actually not bad.
Oh no, it's way more than that.
Is it 500K or
I thought it
5
was
mil?
hard to get into. I think it's harder to get in. I think it's better if you buy out a company because to get into the Nasdaq is way
Your
harder
maintenance fees might be that, but to get a listing initially, yeah, your millions. Yeah. If you want to add up all the costs.
FA.
There we go. Sharky's gonna give us a discount too. Beautiful. Here's the thing, it's so hard to get
Open
listed though.
$98.
LTRPB.
Oh shit, 105?
Halting again, 109, 104, 105. Oh, it's recovered. Bid ask will go blue if it's getting
I
close to
sold
halting.
3 shares.
Right on. Making bank. Off GJ halted again.
OCGN.
123.11 here. 104.94.
Going for Elfin's record.
Looks like we're going to get a drop back to VWAP in here. Glad I scaled some out. Just deciding whether to buy them back. Yeah, I think I might buy some back here. Come on down. That's a double. So yeah, that's awesome. Even though you only got 3 shares off, that's a double in how long? How long that take you? 25 minutes? 100%?
UAVS.
Did the bid and ask? You still have bid and ask on LTRPA Soya, TJ?
Ultra Pay.
I see 150 and 120 on the bid, and on the ask side is 85 and 110.1.
You already.
But then I see 74.15 on the bid, and ask is 123.11.
UAVS. OCGN.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the news is on BA. Someone has news on BA. If you guys, I'm leaving in like 5 minutes, so I'm just gonna scalp. I'm taking profits. Long over, short under, 140.
Tour.
Yesterday's news, but they lost some plane orders due to coronavirus.
Thank you very much. Was that Meta?
That's Skyper.
Skyper, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, John Doe.
ZXZZT. UAVS.
CPD, can you hear us? I think nobody was talking at the moment, but the sound was coming through. Long. Yes. Break it out nicely here. I think 2780, you got to take some off there. A little bit of resistance from a previous high this morning. Pre-market high at 830. If you look at the 2781, that was a high there. So I think you can run into some selling up here. I'm going to take here open for 2780, but 8.
Low.
2779.
LTR.
7.
On halt, $118, $121 LTRP.
Ultra Pay.
Let us know if you sell any there, Soya. Come on, 2780. Little poke at 2780.
LTRPB.
Here we go. Off there. Just got one right now. So like I said, there's going to be some resistance, 2781. Going to need some good volume to pop it over that, I think. Resistance from earlier this morning. And just doing a bit of scaling out of trades at these kind of resistance levels. So you got 10 more off. They're letting you out of jail. Didn't like that. I don't like that last candle. That yeah, you're awfully quiet. What's going on, brother?
Nothing to comment on.
What have you got left now, Soya?
DCAR.
New York governor ordering all people to have mouth and nose covering in public. Shortage of PPE.
Hey Tony, what's up? How's it?
Johnny. Hey, 3 for 3 today. I'm still long a contract here on MES.
PSTI.
2783. She's pushing still. Blew through the 2780 resistance there. How's your day going, Johnny?
Pretty good. AMD's pushing 55 here.
Yeah, we got 25 points from that long entry there at 2756, 2757.
This is also the 50% retracement level, everyone. If you guys remember, 278.67
UAVS.
is the 50% from the top to the bottom of the highs and lows from SPY over the past 6 weeks. I guess we're going on 7 weeks now. It's also the first pivot point, 278.70, which was the previous support.
Kala.
Yeah, nice hard rejection off that pivot point and the 50%.
Yeah, I'm all out now.
Oh, were you in a trade?
I've been long MES from 2757, 2756, that area. Called it on voice. Sold some at VWAP in, and then rode it up to here with a few scale outs. So
Nice, 2756 looks like good support.
what do I think of SPY puts right now? That's a loaded question. What expiry? What strike? What's your length of hold? Are you looking for a scalp? You know, the list goes on. It's really tough to provide advice without knowing everybody's specifics or their game plans or their strategies, etc. So you have a few trades this morning, Johnny?
I just
I
took
was a
one
little late
AMD.
coming on.
Just took one AMD trade, which I'm glad I stopped out of it too. It was a loss, but it ended up ripping an extra $1. I was thinking about reversing too, but then I just wanted to take some time off. Overall, it still worked out. I was in profits at some points during the trades, during the trade,
NDY.
but yeah, I just stuck to my rules and
UAVS.
That's all you can do.
SPY held the 20 EMA. Looked below it. Roku on a tear today. Has a nice stack sitting here at 110.70. I don't like that. It looks like a reversal doji here, actually. I would look for sellers to step up here. And try and take over back down to 110. If you got like a triple bottom, it'd be really, really strong if they could hold like a 110. Some bigger sells there didn't drop the price. Got 2 1,000 share order. Nice stack sitting right there at 110.70. So yeah, if buyers don't step up, look for these sellers to push the price. SPY under 278 here. Yeah, look for 110.50 to get pulled. It didn't actually, got filled, but not enough buyers stepped up. And that 110.70 stock still just sitting there.
Fork.
Nice pullback on Roku there. About a 40% pullback. Sorry, 40-cent pullback. SPY still coming down. 50 EMA here. I don't like the gap in this candle. Look for more selling down here.
VISL. UltraPay.
I kind of want to see a close over 278 here, and yeah, we didn't get it, so let's look for the pullback down on SPY. Nice.
LITB. OCGN.
Wow, there's that pullback all the way to 110, and a nice gap on the up on Roku. So there's it's about 80 cents. Nice. 70 cents from the bid, maybe just a little more, but nice pullback that we were looking for on Roku. We got it. Got a little 8 EMA cross under here, but the gap up there on the slight volume, if they can push it over 110.50 here and get a close over, looks pretty good for the next extension. I'm pretty bullish on Roku, especially over 110. That's one of our inflection points.
KTOV. LYTS.
I got a nice close over these EMAs in my middle Bollinger Band in the previous minute, even with a close under 110.48, still closed above the, or 110.50, it still closed above those levels. A nice push up. Maybe we should try and stick to the trend on this one, on Roku. Just looks healthy, and Netflix is kind of like sympathizing with Roku here. Or sorry, Roku sympathizing with Netflix's bullishness today. I think we should look for the HOD push here up to 111.50 with momentum on Roku. No volumes going through though, so just there's a little bit of uncertainty, but if the direction goes and momentum takes it over HOD, I think it'll keep. There's the HOD break on Roku. $111.50. They're literally $111.50, guys. There it is. Nice, DJ. Looks like I hit an ask at 111.48. Anyone see a stack? Because I don't see any stack, and it's just eating the ask, and it's just chilling there with one on. Wow, this is so crazy. 5% resistance level as well. Over this level, my only resistance is 115. So I think we should be looking for a bigger move. If anyone's in Roku, if you haven't scaled anything, consider a partial scale out here. I was around 102, up about $10 a share. And just on HOD break, we can expect some kind of selling to take over here. Volumes increase, and I would want to see sellers try and form a really bad bullish candle here just to try and keep it under 111.50, or sorry, 111.70, and then look for the reversal back down to 110.50. But I'm bullish on this. I think 115 should be the target. There's only like 2.5 hours left though. All these stacks are just getting eaten. Like, if you're not in the play, I wouldn't recommend buying it up here. We just called this at 110. So yeah, if anything, look for like 110. Yeah, 110 for me is really nice. 110.50 even, risk up to 110. SPY is still coming lower, trying to hold this 277.40 and 50 low. 277.30 and 50 are pretty key, I think, as well as that 277 level mentioned by TJ in the morning. So yeah, that is a weak to normal bullish candle into a gap into an engulfing candle on less volume, closing under that 5% pivot. So like for me, I would want to see SPY or Roku launch here to 112 to try and hold this overbought. Otherwise, I can see the move back down right to 110.50 or 110. What do y'all think? If you take a look at Roku, if you've been looking at Roku here.
UAVS.
And then there's the gap on the up, and let's see if they engulf up to HOD here and over 112. If they do, I think it's really strong. Just be careful on your short there, JS.
Ultra Pay.
This could also form a dumpling top here. If this consolidates for another minute or two and gaps down on the candle on the minute with increased volume and selling pressure, going under this overbought position on our side, then I could see this pulling down all the way to 111, 20 MA. So if I were looking to try a trade going long, I'd want to see the push up to 112, then look for a pullback entry. Otherwise, if we don't get a push up here to 112, I think we need to test the 111 here and then try and test 112. Because it's still holding a beautiful trend. It's just bullish today. This whole time, SPY is coming down, Roku's going up. Netflix really bullish as well. This 430 level looks pretty nice. SPY 200 EM. Volume's picking up here on Roku.
DCAR.
I like this candle open as well.
OCGN.
I think the bulls are going to come out of nowhere here. HOD approach.
NNDM.
HOD break. There's the push. Extending over my top Bollinger Band. Up to, I think, 112.50 max, and then hard pull back down to 112. Big buy 4,000 order on lots of bigger buys, 2,700, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000.
NBY.
There's a 25 stock sitting at 111.90. 25. So when I see orders like that, I like to go with the, like, let's say for example they're at 111.90. I would, like, let's say I think it's bearish. That would give me more confidence to take the short. If it got eaten, I would reverse over. I would just stop out instantly and reverse over 112. That's how I would want to see something like that. If it looks like it's going to come down, but it's still a lot of buyers that just stepped up. So we saw on the tape a lot of buyers came in. They couldn't launch it and hold over that 112, even though they got the close over 112. They engulfed the whole candle here. If they get under 111.50 here, it's not looking good.
LYTS.
So there, by analyzing level 2 and watching the tape, I would have made a determination based on my other candlesticks and volume coming in, which way I would want the stock to go. In this case, that
MTZ.
big stack couldn't get eaten, and it just collapsed underneath, all the way back down to the 20 M. Still holding its trend though, looking good. Another rule of thumb is that when a stock goes out of its Bollinger Band, it needs to come back within. We saw that happen here on Roku when it wicked up over, closed underneath, and then came down.
Ultra Pay.
TJ, check PM when you have a sec. Yeah, that 5 minute, it's,
UAVS.
though it is weak, it's still over our 5% pivot point, which was the level from yesterday.
Kala.
It was a nice high there yesterday, and honestly, on increased volume, so like the volume increased here from 110, like let's say from the 105 candle up until that push up to that pivot point, we had just like regular normal volume. So I think it looks pretty good. Like the 15-minute candle is a really healthy bullish pushover. And for me, this candle would have been a lot weaker if it closed under that pivot point along with under the previous close, which is 111.57. So yeah, I definitely would have wanted to see that close under 111.50 preferably. And here's the HOD breaks on Roku. Thank you again for the input, Sam.
NNDM.
Thank you for that, Bagamoon.
VISL. UEPS. NTZ. UAVS. COS. Ultra Bay. VISL. MICT. COS. ARKR.
All right, I'm back. Well, back on mic. Still trading. So yeah, I was bullish on SPY just because of the volume. I mean, if you take a look at the volume profile, a ton of volume at this price level. So you can see a nice push up from here. Now, I'm still bearish on earnings. If I'm bearish on earnings, I'm still short biased, so doesn't mean this is going to like move up today, but just keep a eye out. And, that's why I like taking SPY long, since I'm already like net short on my, on some of my positions. So yeah. So DAS, spreads aren't really an issue if you do limit orders. Just make sure that you do. No, I don't really trade banks. It's just too slow. My capital is has to work harder than I am, and I'm not gonna put my money into bank stocks. Like, I'm way too young for that, and I don't need dividends. I need growth. So for that, I have better utilization of capital by, trading tech tickers, way more faster gains. I mean, you guys seen it. AMD was easy. $43 went to 55s. Tesla, for example, that's where my money really is pushed to the limits. And that's where I get the best returns, right? Throughout pretty much history, the last 20 years, tech has always outperformed. So all I focus on is focusing on tech. If it outperforms the market, then you're already going to make money, right? Like statistically. And then the next factor is finding the right ones with the highest growth that isn't a
BNGL.
matured company. Because matured companies, they have A, way too many shares, B, they give out divvy, and C, they have way too many employees, way too much stuff that they're working on. So, and a lot of cost, and it's really hard for them to get anything over like 7-8%. You know, like quarter to quarter revenue growth. That being said, I still like Facebook. Facebook's good. Intel is good. Microsoft, those are easy ones. Roku is easy. Roku, guys, you guys know how many times I brought it up, so I'm not even gonna bring it up. But Roku is it should be priced higher. Like, that stock and its growth is ridiculous. So there's the breakout we're expecting. NQ is moving up nicely as well. After this point, I mean, it's really risky, so it's just gonna take some off. I mean, ideally, we can see a gap fill on the what's it called? Volume profile, right? Because we're at the top of where the volume is sitting. So ideally, what I want to see would be a breakout to about 2790. But it's 2 o'clock. We got 2 hours left. I don't really do good trades after like 2. So I sized down my shares. I'm just waiting, just like trading 5 contracts now. Does anyone know how to make Toss's volume profile like smaller? Because it takes up so much space and it always bothers me. And the thing is, it doesn't even adjust to, like, if I zoom into the chart, it doesn't even adjust. It just stays on the same, time frame. So if I'm on like a 1 minute, one day, it's just, if I keep it on the left hand side, it just shows me the like useless info that I don't need at this time period.
UAVS.
No, not that. The volume profile.
EDNT.
The one on the side. Wait, you made a walkthrough? Damn it. Yeah, like, isn't there a way I can change that to make it start only at like 9:30 or
NURL.
something? Because I mean, nothing gets traded anyways. Like, okay, let's say 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. No, so I have it on the right. I have it on expansion, right? So it's on the
SNSS.
right hand side. It just takes up so much space.
JCP.
Yeah, I have that expansion also set to 1. I mean 0 actually. I have that done too. It only shows my it only fits order on mine. I only have fit orders because sometimes I look at my orders. It's easier to kind of, do your journaling while you're like not taking a trade or in between trades.
COS.
Oh, so Psychic, when you zoom out, it's not an issue. It's just when you zoom in,
DYNT.
it just takes up so much space. So, let me give you an example. So that's zoomed out. Now let me zoom into where I'm actually trading it. And it just takes up half my fucking screen. How is that useful? Can't fix that? Okay. So if it's on the left side and I zoom in, I can't even see the volume profile. And for me, volume price analysis is everything. So, I won't be able to see the information that I do need. I just thought there might have been like a workaround, but I think Jay-Z's one is the only workaround.
MEIP.
Yeah, JS, that's how you do it. Make sure that you're, able to make money first and then start small. Start with less than 100 shares if you have to. Because again, like as you can see, the growth is exponential. You got to be consistent, and that takes a while. Once you're
Culture Pay.
consistent, guys, you will have no problem making money. You just got to be consistent. Once you learn everything, guys, it becomes like second nature. And you guys see it. I mean, we trade every day. And yeah, I get trades wrong. Yes, I get stopped out and have to get back in again. But, overall, like we're still profitable. And that's what's important. And consistently too, which is like really extremely hard to be honest. When you look back at it, I didn't actually even ever assume I could be doing this and making this kind of, money. Believe me, if I thought I could do this, I would have like quit my job a long time ago.
UAVS.
So I got a question. Am I still holding
NNDLRN.
IWM puts? Yes, I am. My play is because I think here's the thing, the top, sorry, so from S&P 500, 60% of the revenue growth was done by the FANG stocks, FANGM, right? So because it's those stocks that held S&P 500 up, and also those same stock are the ones that aren't going to be really impacted by coronavirus. I had two options: short the industrials like Dow Jones Industrials, or go with IWM. Now, I thought it was easier to go with IWM, just based on the fact that A, it has way more tickers, so a little bit less volatile, and B, this is companies that are pretty much just shit stocks, like the best. There's, what is it, 8,000 stocks, and then they have the only, I don't know, the what do they have? The last like 2,000 stocks that are actually decent,
Riot.
right? Like I picture it this way: so S&P 500 and the other major
DNJR.
industries, they cover like the top like 500 to 1,000 stocks, and then you have
LTRBB.
Russell, which covers like the next 2 or 3 thousand, right? And then you have the shitty stocks. So I was like, yeah, this is probably better for me if I short IWM. I also took like on the future side too, so I have options on that as well. But that one's really risky, and I do not advise it.
Kala.
Like, to put into perspective, I have 1,200. Sorry, I have 25 contracts on Russell, the actual index, and then on IWM, I have 50, so about 300 on the buy side, and then I sold 50. What the hell? Soya, are you here? Great. How did it tank? Someone tag Soya. This is also why we said don't touch it.
RTW. PSTI.
Just gonna troll this guy. Make me feel better by chasing that stupid stock. Yeah, guys, this is why again we mentioned do not touch it. Imagine, so oh my god, look at the volume there, like 6,000, another 10. Damn, that's a shit ton of volume of people. Like, imagine you bought it at like $80. I mean, mine's isn't too bad. At least I got to sell some, but it's still bad. But but like, imagine.
Icon.
Man, I should have shorted it.
NNDM. UAVS.
So I got a question over here. I'll just answer it on the voice chat. I'm wondering when your next training is. I know stocks, but never took a course on training. So honestly, just join us on voice chat. Like, you're gonna hear trades live. Oh shit! Give me 1 second. Gotta get out of. Actually, I'll just move my stop. 2777. Okay. Yeah, you'll hear us trade. Honestly, just track it. Just see what we're seeing, why we're looking into it. I mean, most of the time, like when we have time and when I don't have to type, I'll explain why I like it, why I'm getting in, what I'm looking for. I actually mentioned my goal on this trade on SPY was to fill the gap on the volume profile, and we pretty much just did that, right?
CHCI.
And yeah, pretty much.
JCP.
You want to just learn from what we're doing, to be honest, because that's the best way to learn. Like, I don't know. This isn't something where you can apply just like logical sense, because the market is not logical majority of the time. And like I even mentioned, like, what's happening in the market right now puts all of my finance background to shame, because like every book I learned from says that the market should have been tanking by now. Like, we should be at like negatives, right? Okay, not negatives, but like I had like on SPY 1800s, and we're not, right? So it's not just about what you can learn in a book.
TBLT.
You do have to actually experience it. And one of the biggest things for me too is like, no matter what my bias is, that's on that specific trade. I'm gonna stick to it. I'm okay to lose that amount. Now, when you're looking at, I guess, like, as a day trader, every day you have to reset your biasness. Every day that I take a day trade, it's a different biasness than I have when I took those swing trades. And that's important. Just understanding and following along with like market sentiment. Once you get the hang of it, it's just going to be smooth sailing. Oh no, I'm not looking at the YouTube live comments. But if you are and you notice someone is mentioning something, just post it on the trading. Yeah, I know. Like Shark, guys, Sharky is also works in M&A. He has a ton of experience too, and he'll tell you the exact same thing that I'm telling you. That there's nothing matters when it comes to Fed just fucking dumping money like this. We've never seen it happen, so there's nothing that we can be like, hey, this happened before. No, like, there's actually stats on it. I posted it in microeconomics. The last time that the Fed ever pumped money like this, and this is not just the Fed, I mean like global equities, global federal banks. And take a look at this. This is global, guys. Okay, that number over there, that's in billions. Okay, so as you can see, like, they only pumped, like, I'm talking about the entire world, like, sorry, okay, not the entire world, ECB, BOJ, Fed, RBA and BOC, like all of them. These are the biggest. I mean, these are the biggest not companies, the countries, right? They only put out 6.5 trillion, right? I mean, US just single-handedly did that. Right? You have to think about it. Like, we have nothing to go by except for, what's recently happening. And honestly, I actually don't even know how to evaluate it at this point. That's for guys with like PhDs in economics to determine if this is enough money to pump into the markets to avoid bloodshed. But yeah.
East.
All right. There we go. Glad I honored my stop loss there. And I'm probably going to take off a couple contracts. Now it's going to rip, of course, but, that's how it goes. JC, I'm going to try Sierra charts. I have to. But the thing is, I want an actual broker too, because like Toss is not cutting it. I gave them enough time to get their shit together. Still haven't fixed it. And also, like, what's happening with the merger? Like, am I gonna have to like switch accounts, or is Thinkorswim still gonna be existing? Well, Charles Schwab's isn't actually bad. I mean, I know like traders on our desk that was actually using it as well, right? So JS, I love Das Trader Pro. I have it with Centerpoint, and I still use it to this day. But that's for day trading. And just for my investments itself, there's not a lot of softwares except for like, I guess, Bloomberg that can. Honestly, even Bloomberg isn't worth it. I don't trade bonds. I don't have that kind of leverage to and plus I would never be that leveraged out like they are. So for me, even a terminal doesn't make sense, right? Like the Bloomberg terminal is amazing for almost everything, but its key benefit is in the bond market. That's where it really shines. Like, it is phenomenal. Toss, to be honest, is the the cheapest amazing platform there is. Yeah, and there's so much add-ons on Terminal. Like I know it seems like it's only 24,000 a year. No, like some of the add-ons that you want to get, like Sharky's gonna tell you to, because he has experience with it too. It's just stupid. Like the cost is gonna be like $70,000-$80,000, and on top of commissions that they charge. And then what else? There's some stupid things too, like everything that you need. Like, let's say like you want some sort of indicator, some sort of like short reports, you pay for those. It's ridiculous how much it just. Oh yeah, news. Even for news to get Reuters. So it's funny. It's a shit ton of money. When I open the hedge fund, I'll do it. That's what the 2% management fee goes towards. Yeah, the funniest part is like they tell you, hey, we have stats on this. You click it and it's like, subscribe. Call this number to subscribe. But one thing about the terminal, like, you can get any stats. Like I always mention, like, just for fun, we were getting stats for no reason. We're like, what sells more, Air Forces or Jordans? And we actually got Bloomberg to pull the data for us. And I'll be quite on, like, you guys know I spent a shit ton of time like understanding platforms, going through like every single button you can possibly think of. On the terminal, I probably used like less than 20% of it. And the other like 18% of it was just like stupid shit.
UltraPay.
Oh, I know. Like, that's one thing though, Sharky, because the AI that I'm building, it now actually does most of my modeling. So it is just astonishing. Like you guys know, last year all of my swing trades were just on fire. Like I'm talking like 100% plus on some swing trades, just because I didn't have to do the modeling and spend the entire night working on it anymore. Oh, and by the way, guys, like when we got the Terminal 2, we had to, I think it was like a 3-month course. Like they literally had to train you for 3 months just so you know how to fucking use it. It's not easy. And there's so much codes that you have to memorize if you want to be efficient at it. Man, if you think hotkeys were bad, geez, nothing is as
Icon.
bad as that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Man, data science is key. You're in a good industry. Yeah, the terminal has its own keyboard. And the swipe card. Sharky, does yours have a swipe card? Do they still use that anymore? I always wondered. Because, like, for us, we had to log in, you had to, like, swipe in. Yeah, okay. Okay, yours is, uh, okay, the keychain one? The code that keeps on changing every, like, 3 minutes? All right, I'm gonna get off voice chat again.
UAVS. DYNT. LYTS.
Yeah, I miss the terminal now that I think about it. NSC open, that's a nice command too. Gives you like pretty much all the commentary of anyone that's relevant. So, you know, it's like because they do all of their research before they post their commentary. So they pretty much do most of the work. And then I just have to read through that. Yeah, exactly. It's nice when you don't have to pay for it. I gotta say though, like at that time though, we were also using Goldman Sachs Ready, because their like order execution system is so much better at that time. I don't know if it's improved on the terminal, but I'm assuming it probably.
UAVS.
Exactly. Zoom could make a shit ton more. I think that's
Rave.
why they're undercharging. I mean, it's supposed to be only 45 minutes free, but because of the coronavirus, they made it like free for 24 hours.
Icon. TG. Ultra Pay.
Oh, I forgot too. Like M&A database on terminal, that must be crazy. I never really used it, but if we do use it, we just needed the data from it. But man, for your side, that must have been like heaven sent. It's crazy when you think about how many decks we went through. Fuck. Enough for a lifetime, guys. All right, Spy's breaking up. And we said 2790 was my target, and we hit that, guys. And I alerted the 2790, I believe, when it was at 2775 ish. So that's a beautiful, beautiful trade. Oh, I should have just sold on to that, obviously. Hit my target, didn't sell. Okay. Wait, screenshot first. Man, I should have flipped it right there. And guys, this is also like this trading strategy that was just based on the gaps on volume profile, which is also another thing you guys have to read on. You know, you'll notice everything on my chart has a specific job to do, and in specific time frames on depending on the trade. You know, some are more useful than others. I know it doesn't make sense on SPY to trade this, but it really does make sense on something like ES, right? So the main reason why ES is so good is like, look, that's a 20-point move, right? 20 points multiplied by
IKNX.
50, right? I think it's 50. You know, that's $1,000. So you pretty much made like 7-8%, like
Rave.
just on one move. And that's literally all you need to do for the rest of your life. On like one
AMP.
trade. That's all you need every day. Obviously. And honestly, 20 points on ES is not hard to achieve either, right? And that's $1,000 a contract, so yeah. Yeah, so I think ES is
DCAR.
actually better. So I was actually doing the same thinking. It's like, can I actually make as much as if I trade TVIX? Because TVIX usually nets me like 60 K like on a daily basis. So I was like, can I actually do it? And with TVIX, it was really hard for me to get out of positions because it just like spikes up and down. The spreads are ridiculous. So I had to like move to a different solution, right? Here, no liquidity issues. I mean, yeah, you can get caught in a quick tank. Um, you can actually play stop losses and you actually get stopped out at a reasonable price. Not like if I had a stop loss, like I actually didn't have a stop loss on TVX, to be honest. Like usually I don't keep a stop loss because
NAKD.
it's gonna execute it like $1.50 less than what my stop loss is set to. Um, and with the size, it's just harder right now. With ES, I don't have that issue. Now, I traded NQ, but I don't like it. I don't think it's enough profits for the amount of money that you're putting into it. I don't know what about it I don't like really like. It just I haven't made as much on it. And you can start with MES. MES is, I believe, you need like 1,400 or $1,500. But I don't know how much the contract is worth. Let me actually check. Actually, does anyone know? Here, someone will post it. What's a 1 point move on MES? Okay, so $100. So yeah, not bad. You guys can start with that too, right? At least, honestly, I'd tell you guys, like, if you have an account of like 20, 30K, and you're a consistent profitable trader, that's the most important thing, guys, is to stop out. I stopped out and then got right back in because I had a hard stop, and that's okay too. Sometimes you're not going to get the best trades. That's not how the world works.
LWAY.
Yeah, I think ES is such an easy read. And you actually have opportunities to get out of it. If it goes against you, you actually have an opportunity to get out, like if you didn't have a stop. And I'm not suggesting it, because sometimes you can get like bag holding like me. Like yesterday I was bag holding for but like I think it's way more easier to trade. And yeah, the problem is I had to trade my trading strategy as well. So adding is not a good idea on something like this, and that's really hard for me because like I usually trade based on fundamentals. On a stock I have no problem. Now as soon as the market becomes bullish
LTRPP.
again and I can actually put more money into the markets, I'm not sure if I'm gonna continue to trade ES, right? Because like my specialty lies on the fundamentals of stocks, right? But who knows? Let's see. Plus, we have volatility now. Things are just easier. All you have to do is follow trend, like I mentioned. Um, and yeah, let's see.
Ultra Pay.
Oh, look at that bullish push on ES. Beautiful. That is strong. NQ is just leading. Huge contract volume just came in.
TBLT.
Damn. I just saw LT RPB. It's okay. I'm gonna add into it. No, I'm joking. Don't do that ever. All right, I gotta get off voice chat again. I'll be on
RBZ.
trading chat. And I have a question that I'm just going to quickly answer. So, guys, take a look at the training subcategory there, and whatever your weakest link is, like whichever thing you're struggling with, I'm sure there's a channel there where you can go and just review and learn on it.
LWAY. UAVS. DCAR. MBNKP. Rave. RWLK. PRPH. UltraPay. NAKD. UAVS. Fix. RBZ. PRPH. KTOV. TBLT. LTRPB. NNDM. Ultra Pay. SNSS. MN. UAVS. OCGN. Rave. NNDM. SNSS. MN. OTLK. TBLT.
Nobody's kicking around on voiced. Under a muted session because of Tan.
LTRPB.
Yeah, that's awesome, TJ.
KTOV. OCGN.
Oh. Future is that 99 million. Yeah, people don't understand who these don't understand the people like TJ that belong to this community, started this community you go on Twitter and you see some of these guys that are doing $1,000, $2,000, some people 10 grand in a day. What was that, TJ? You made 200 and
GIGM.
the other day on ES, shorting ES, 260,000 in one day. Twitter don't even compare, and that's why I was saying when TJ was giving his lessons, please understand you're getting a lesson from one of the best traders in definitely Canada, if not Canada and the US. Tim Sykes, yeah. I like the humor, Sharky. Yeah, trading's fun. Why retire? Just keep trading. Do what you love. It's not working if you do what you love, right? Yeah, I like him too, Sharky.
Fat. SNSS. MN.
All right.
Icon.
It's looking at a yes here. Just come down to VWAP here, 2770. And it was a previous support level. Yeah. Yeah, I hate the last 15 minutes of SPY or ES. It's too psycho. I try to stay away from it. So I'm not in any trades at the moment. I'm tempted to go long here at 2770, but this 15 minutes are just a bit of a witching hour. Five points on this bounce. Should I or shouldn't I?
UAVS.
Five-point bounce. 6-point bounce. I guess I should have took it. 7-point bounce. 8-point bounce off of VWAP there. 778, 2778. Damn.
TBLT. RBZ.
Crap. 10-point bounce off of 2770. Didn't take the trade. Damn.
Ultra Pay. Fork. SNSS LYTS OCGN OTLK STRs DCAR CNFR CYAD UAVS. MN. RBZ. Pixie.
All right, you guys see how this mock report didn't really do anything. So pretty much that's how it usually reacts. By the way, just so you guys know, like not all mock reports are good. That's why there's specific ones that I'll tell you guys about that we can actually trade on, and we have an edge, and ones that
SMMT.
we just have to sit on our hands because we don't actually have any edge. Now, as for what could happen, like you have to remember, the U.S. dollar is strong. So the first thing that I would do, would just devaluate, right? It's actually a good thing because it's hard for US to do business with the world when the dollar is so strong. So devaluing the currency is actually probably the most likely option. So that's not a bad thing either. There's $16 trillion that got wiped out of the market, and we only have $1.6 trillion in circulation, actual currency. So, that could happen. Second, inflation. Inflation is also another issue that we have to worry about as well.
CHCI.
And that's my biggest worry. That's why I moved a lot of money back into Canada, into Canadian dollars, because it is risky. I'm not like, I like it when inflation's low, not when it's going to go up. And honestly, like we've
Rave.
never seen them pump this kind of money before. And that's scary because someone's going to have to pay for it in the end of the day. But that's the bear argument. The bullish argument is it's the Fed. It's a country where there's the most successful global brands. This is a country where that if anyone can deal with high debt, it has to be America, right? So in that sense, I mean, like, what's stopping them now is the question, right? So they can pull out $9 trillion, no problem. So what's stopping them from doing 10 or 20, right? At this point, like, there's actually nothing stopping it. It just, everything is artificially inflated at this point. It's this is the most beautiful thing. It's a risk-free trade. You guys have to understand, like, when the Fed came out saying that they're buying MBS, you know how much banks saved on that? Like, they literally just, like, as a byproduct, like, they saved the banking industry, and like, the banks own most of the mortgage-backed
NURL.
securities, right? So obviously, like, if you saw the spread on them, it was just ridiculous. They just made more money than their entire, like, 2-3 years of trading them, of mortgage-backed securities. Whatever they made on trading them, they just made it in one fucking day.
OTLK.
Right? So for them, it's like, hey, yeah, that was good. And yeah, I'm not complaining. I mean, capitalism without any fear, that's beautiful. That's like Trump's, ideology, right? A small loan of $1 million.
Is LTRPP? I just saw it come up on my screen.
Sorry, which one?
The LTRPP. It just came up on my screen. Is it gonna restart, or is it? Am I
At 33
dreaming?
again.
Am I dreaming? Yeah, 33. Okay, it's halted. I didn't know it had started trading. Sorry to interrupt you there, TJ. I thought.
UAVS.
Yeah, I wasn't following LTRPB. I didn't realize it had started trading again. So,
SPCB.
not bad. And if anyone was paying attention to ES or last 15 minutes, like I said, it's closed now. Market's closed, but yeah, it was like 10-point swings up and then down and then up. Just really tough to really read it the last 10 minutes. So it's kind of like the
JCP.
open, very volatile, very difficult to, so you got to be careful. LTRPB is open, it looks like. It's trading. $6.38 spread right now, TJ. $39 and $42 spread, TJ. You got your 40. Any earnings after hours today? Anything coming out after hours today? Please post it if you see anything. Yesterday we had the airline deal come out after hours and opportunities, so yeah, Soya, are you listening? Got 45 spread on LTRPB. I don't know if he's sleeping in Ocean Grove when he's if he still owns LTRPP. He's pulling an all-nighter.
All right, guys. So I'll quickly do a lesson, but pretty much, well, it's not even a lesson. Just if you guys have any questions, I know some of you guys are newer, so you know, probably have a lot of questions. Now, the biggest thing I want you guys to take away is that, guys, I've been doing this for years. My story is a lot different than most retail traders. So, you know, like, don't try and like compare. Actually, you shouldn't be comparing yourself to anyone, to be honest. It just, I used to work at an institution. They paid me really good. So for me to have a starting capital, it wasn't like, it didn't take too long, right? Now, I started back in 2009, so I got lucky. I didn't know I got the dip, and when you buy it, I had $10,000. I just thought, okay, every single one of our funds had Apple stocks. It was one of the top 10 holdings. So I was like, all right, I'll just buy Apple instead, right? Now, that's how I started. And obviously, like, it was just a combination of things. One was skill, the hours that I put into my education, um, the contacts that I kept, in contact with, right? I don't burn bridges. That's one thing about me, that I learned. My mom was a politician, so it's the one thing that, really I took away from her political career. Never burn bridges, and until you have diplomatic immunity. But and then I learned to pretty much just invest that money. Now, when I started, it was the same thing. I had no technical analysis skills. To be honest, everyone in the firm joked about it. Like, it wasn't considered an actual skill where you can make money, because the money we were trading was in the hundreds of millions. We can't just trade based on 1 minute charts or 5 minute charts, or even on an hourly time frame. We had way too much size to be able to execute orders without like heavy slippage, and without manipulating like the markets itself, right? And you'll notice that that's the same thing. Renaissance is like one of the biggest um, quant funds. Like, they are actually the pinnacle of quant funds, right? Now, if you take a look at Renaissance actual fund, they had to cap it at 10 billion. They don't take outside investments, by the way. They only invest for themselves. So only people within Renaissance are able to invest in their really good fund, the fund that makes like ridiculous amount of money, like about like, I think it's like 40-50% a year, right? Only the guys working there have access to it, because some strategies you can't get superior returns without sacrificing something, and that's going to be slippage or market manipulation. And they've capped it at, I think, yeah, they capped it at 10 billion for the last like 5-6 years. Not sure if that changed recently, but I think that's pretty much how they did it. With funds, when you work at a firm that's buy side and sell side, it's totally different. You have exposure to different teams. We had teams to do everything, like the stuff that I didn't want to do, like coding, and like even pulling up anything. We had teams for that, right? I kind of regret not going with a low, like a, not a lower firm, but like a smaller firm. Because you actually learn a lot more on yourself, right? So there's a lot of things that I had to learn on myself, like the impact and implications of news, like what's actually important, and do I have an edge? And those are questions I had to answer for myself. And whenever I tell you guys something, it's not because I don't like a strategy. It's because I've tried it, and for me, I wasn't successful on it. Doesn't mean that you guys won't be successful, right? Which is also another thing why I always tell you guys, don't sell options during this time frame. When VIX is high, I almost like, I destroyed my, like, not even almost, I destroyed my accounts by doing that, which is also why I don't tell you guys not to do that, right? Most of this lessons, everything I teach you guys, it's because I've been there, done that, and it was probably way worse. Now, that being said, yeah, you guys have any questions? No, it wasn't naked. It was on my long-term portfolio, right? But like 300, 500% like losses, that still hurts. Doesn't matter what you do. How much can I bench? Ooh, I don't know. Probably like, no, not a lot. Depends how many reps. Identifying a trend. So you want to come up with a fundamental biasness, right? It's like, okay, you have to be able to understand the market and how the market feels. Remember, your opinion doesn't matter. What matters is the market sentiment, right? So once you understand to kind of go with the flow with the market, you want to just flip a switch. You see me doing this in my own trades where I'll be bullish at 1 second and then bearish the next. And um, you know, you have to be able to flip that switch and be like, hey, even if I'm in this position, which most of the time I get stuck in, you have to change your view and be like, okay, what does the market think? What if I wasn't in this position? What would I think? Would I enter over here thinking that it's going to go up? Let's say I'm in a long position. So you just have to be able to do that. And today, we had some really good moves on SPY. Today was the first pullback. I expected it to go down, and it did in the first half and then recovered in the second, right? Now, you just want to follow that sentiment. It's like, okay, you expect it to go down. It did. But like the question is, how far can it go, right? Someone's going to be like, this is a dip buy opportunity because they missed the rally, right? For that, I use the 30-minute chart just to take a look at it, and you kind of see it, where the levels are. And I use a monthly VWAP, which also helps. Do you short? So swing trades, yeah, there's some shorts that I'll take. Like one of my biggest shorts was on TVIX, which is why I love it. It's like TVIX built my account drastically. I was able to make a killing on TVIX by shorting it overnight. Now that's because I kind of understood VIX, minus that manipulation that happened, and that's it's really hard because shorts cost you money, right? So the longer it takes for it to move in your favor, the more it's going to cost you, right? So what I always suggest is like, don't short. I mean, if it's a swing trade, it's way too risky unless it's a tiny position. Like I mentioned to you guys, take off 90 to like 95% of your short position and then hold on to 5 to 10%. Sure. You have no risk at that point, right? I mean, you still have risk, but it's like really minimum. You guys saw that with my SPCE position. I have no fear in holding it because it can literally go to $7 and I'm still in profits because I traded 33,000 shares within that day and made money, right? So that's something that I learned to do because of day trading. Before that, I wasn't able to actually do that. I wasn't able to I was just like swing trading based on fundamentals. I know it's going to go against me, but I also know at one point it's going to work in my favor, right? So I was at the mercy of the markets. So after making so much mistakes, I realized, hey, I can just do this. I can use the capital that I have. I have margin anyways. I always suggest, 80% of your money should be in long terms, something long term, right? And then use the margin for trading. Now, if you're a good trader, if you know what you're doing, yes, use margin. If you're a new trader, it's your first it's like it's the first 2 years of your trading career, don't do it. Don't trade on margin. So let's see. What's the next question here? So Ocean Grove, yeah, it was due to SVXY and because of the option. So both of them were just horrible for me. And the thing is, it's like it's a domino effect, right? That SVXY position hurt more because the option writing this strategy obviously works. Okay, it works in low volatility environments like we had during the Obama era, and it works when we have low volatility, right? Anything under like 25 on VIX, right? So yes, it does actually work, except there's that one time that you're going to get those drawdowns, and 99% of the time it works, but that one time it could be devastating. And I got hit hard because I didn't actually see it coming. That was my biggest issue. Like normally I'm so good at knowing the market's sentiment. On that day, I didn't see it coming. I couldn't hedge out risk. There was nothing I can do. And again, it was manipulated, which happens. Like I mentioned also in a previous lesson, manipulations happen, guys. We can't just like trade around it and be like, oh, you got to play with the hand that you're dealt, right? So Soya actually posted something nice. That used to be my setup, actually. Now I have just 2 TV monitors, 60-inch monitors. It's way easier, guys, to trade on it. Obviously, you want to go with something that says it's like 240 hertz because technically it's only 120. And to be honest, like 60 hertz is, I believe, enough for you to actually like have some like no lag for trading. And I find the TV's easier because you can lay back, you can rest, and you can work. Now, because it's 2 monitors, it actually doesn't fit on a normal computer desk, so I had to get a like a dining table. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I used to have the laptops. I like the laptops because I used to like travel a bit, so it was way easier to trade on the laptops. I can always just carry an HDMI cord and plug it into the hotel TV and such, anywhere I went. Now, I find the laptop one is probably the the best situation if you're traveling a lot. Like Soya, for example, like he's probably actually you're trading on a laptop too with dirty keyboards. Do I have TopScript for 2-day VWAPs? No, I don't, but I use VWAPs intraday. So that's where the volume happens. Like what happens in pre-market, I don't really consider that a good like signal. A, the volume is like usually less, and B, with pre-market it's easier to move price up and down, right? So when you have those two in combination, doesn't really give you the proper reading. So I have a VWAP that starts at 9:30 and then ends at 4. And then I have like an anchored VWAP where you can just like switch the time frame. So right now I have it set to 11:30, which works really good on ES. And then obviously weekly, monthly, and daily VWAP. But I barely use it. You guys saw my charts. I barely use them. I only use them when I actually have to analyze something. No, honestly, that might have been the case, J Rock, but luckily we have cell phones. No need to do that anymore. Can monitor it on my phone. Yeah, guys, if you want, like so many people pay so much like money for screens, guys, just use a TV screen. It's so much easier. Everything is bigger. You can always adjust it to your liking, and you can have like anything you want, so one of mine's like screens will have, I guess it's 8 charts up, right? So that gives me everything, the whole market view. That's why I'm able to react really fast on trades. It's literally because I just know what's going on in the marketplace, right? So if you don't have that, that's an edge that you're missing, right? Newbie, no, I actually got lucky. I covered it at I believe 140s. I was hoping for 138. That was my target, but then I saw it moving up, and I got like stopped out luckily because I know that shit went to like 150 to. Yeah, I want that Soya. It just like I don't know if I can go back to small screens anymore. But I'm pretty sure you can probably like hook up a massive screen there. Maybe even 2. but that is on my wish list. I actually like that. That is insane. All right, and if you're a new trader, guys, all you have to do is just like be realistic. Understand that this is going to take you some time. The moment you understand that, the moment you position yourself to succeed, you will succeed. But you can't do it if you're being unrealistic. If you're like, I'm gonna get this in a year and a half because TJ did, fuck no. I actually went to school for this. I worked in the industry. It's so hard to do what I'm doing without that knowledge. That knowledge was like my foundation, right? And you have to be realistic about it, right? Like, can you do what I did in a year and a half? Yeah, I believe you can, because of like the support you have in our team. You can do it. I've seen people do it. I know, like, firsthand. We have people. Well, I think there's like 10 people that I'm training in the um, dream team, and I can tell you, like, I can see their stats, so I can tell you, yeah, can they do it? Yes, but are you willing to put in that kind of hours? That's the question you have to ask yourself. If you have the time and you're willing to do the work, yes. If you don't, allocate the time, and if you don't, keep yourself consistent, then it's going to be hard. It's a lot of sacrifices, and that's why I said, like, this isn't for money. If you're doing this to make money, there is far easier ways to make money, believe me. This is an industry that will destroy you. You will have highs, you'll have lows, like nothing else could really compare to it, because it's your money at on the line, right? And those highs and lows, that can like break your family, so you need a good like support system that will, like, literally, if you want to, if the fastest way to get divorced is go ahead and trade your 401ks the first year of trading. Trust me, you will just ruin relationships, right? And you're gonna ruin, like, you're not gonna have friends, that's for sure. Like, I only have a couple friends. My circle got way smaller, and that's perfectly fine with me, because the people that matter, they call me. They understand that I never call people unless I need something. So they'll call me, and they'll understand what I'm doing, and I mean, they've seen my progress, so at this point they've accepted it. And that's what friends are for, right? Like, you don't want a fucking friend that doesn't understand that you're trying to hustle so you can do something better with your life. Like, what kind of friend is that? That's not a friend. That's a person that just needs you. Very different things. And as for family, same thing. Like, my grandma didn't understand what I did. She thought I was just like a stockbroker that was like, I don't know, like like in Boiler Room or something, right? Most of my friends don't understand, and that's okay too. And with my close friends, I don't talk about stocks unless they bring it up. But they all know how, like, passionate I am about it. That's all I'd like. If we start talking about it, we can go on for hours. All right. Any other questions? Oh yeah, and trading is emotional, guys. So I still haven't mastered controlling my emotions. As I told you, even that day, when I saw everything just going against me, my trade on SVXY, like my option play, things just like escalated so fast that I wasn't even able to make a rash decision. And that, I know, will happen again. It just, this time I hope that my allocation on my portfolio is going to be way better, and I'm going to have some protection at least. And to be honest, like I follow Goldman Sachs rules, right? So one of my buddies works for Goldman Sachs. Their rule is they don't sell option contracts if VIX is over 25. So I obviously went with the same theory too. No, I'm gonna put it back down to 22. 22, I think, is the ideal number based on the back testing that I've done. Oh, nice question, newbie. So I'm gonna release the portfolio to you guys. It's just like I can't release it now because you guys are just gonna buy it now, and it's not the best price to buy these stocks. So it's kind of hard. But my portfolio is gonna be geared around AI, obviously, because I'm involved in it. Software as a service, mostly tech. Some exposure to different. Actually, let me just quickly share something. So 53% into tech, 18% into consumer discretionaries, 9.8% into communication services, 5.8% in industrials, 5% into finance, 3% into materials, 2.7% in consumer staples, and then another 2.6% in everything else. But majority of it is like 3% of my entire like portfolio weighting, so it's pretty big for it. But it's Tesla. It's made me. That stock made my account, right? So for me, I have no problem. And yeah, that's pretty. Oh, and cloud, of course. Yeah, like Amazon for cloud. That's all you need, really. Like I was looking into it, like Intel, Amazon, Microsoft. You can't go wrong with owning them, and Facebook. Apple. So here's the thing. Like I like Apple. I don't think it's going to be a big position in my portfolio right now, just because of everything going on. I mean, people are like starving. They're trying to get food, put food on the table. So spending fucking $1,200-$1,600 on an iPhone doesn't seem like a rational decision to make, right? Plus, I think in China, like 50% decline in Apple sales, right? And that's probably going to follow through over here as well. And obviously, that's why Apple came out with that cheap phone today. But again, I mean, who's going to buy that? And come on, 4K video, guys. I still remember I bought that GoPro camera 4K, and I was like, yeah, this is the shit. The battery literally lasted like 40 minutes, if I was lucky, in 4K. Right? It's probably the same thing with this phone. Like, yeah, I don't know. And honestly, like, if you buy a phone for $400, that can actually, is it actually $400? That's crazy. That's actually a really good price. But imagine you buy a phone at $400, right? And guess what? You fall in love with it. It gives you everything you ever wanted. And then why would you ever pay $1,600 again? You're just killing your own market, right? You can't dilute it. That there's a reason why most companies have trouble. Like, you won't see Ferrari releasing a car for $60,000. You won't see Lambo doing that. You won't see the bigger, luxurious brands doing that, right? Apple is something that people bought as a social status symbol, right? So I don't think it's a good move. I mean, usually it doesn't work out to be a good move, because then people just stop buying the more expensive. It happened, by the way. I posted this about a month ago, where they were looking at, what's it called, BMW and Benz, right? So they were looking at the fact that, hey, now more people are buying the A class and the 3 Series and the 1 Series. But the thing is, now less people are buying their top brands, where they actually have a substantial profit margin. So what happened is, now their profit margins are shit. So as a business, that's not a good business for me. I'm looking for growth. There's no growth if you're, giving out your product for cheaper, right? And that's why I love Tesla. Tesla profit margin is like 20%. That's crazy. In the car industry, where they probably make like net probably like 3%, for them to have 20%, that's crazy, guys. So, CJ, yeah, Tesla can drop. You are correct, but I'm holding Tesla from $479. So I have a lot of leeway on this. Like, I'm up over 50%. So for me, yeah, that's why I said I can't release my whole portfolio right now, because you guys are just gonna buy it today, and I don't want you guys to get stuck in a bag hold. I do think there's a pullback coming, and when it's an appropriate time for you guys to start scaling into the trade, not going full YOLO, scaling into the trade, I'll let you guys know. And yeah, that way at least I won't lose any sleep from you guys, like, going into a trade that I get into. It's the worst thing I want. Like, the last thing I want to hear is, "Oh, I bought this because you said you bought it." And one more thing, like, do not buy the cheapest stocks in that portfolio only. Okay, there's a reason why it's a portfolio. You can't just buy the fucking cheapest five tickers. Now, for the cheapest five tickers, like, I'm slowly trying to scale into ZNGA. I already mentioned this a couple nights ago. I think Ocean Grove or Mar was on. One of the funds, well, a friend of mine, yeah, we'll just go with a friend of mine, just mentioned that they're going into that position pretty heavy. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna get in as well. It's only I believe it's a set. Like, I ran a model, it was like 7% growth is what I was expecting. So I mean, for the banks, it's good. For me, it's not so good. So obviously, I'm not gonna put too much money into it. For SPC, I just bought it because I think it's the same Tesla effect. When people bought like Tesla back then, imagine imagine SPCE actually going off. Like, this is actually run by two of the biggest business, I wouldn't, like, mavericks, right? Their entire reputation is on the line. It's the same situation like Tesla. Elon Musk won't let Tesla fail because that's his legacy. The same way as this is Chamath and Brett, what is it? Richard Branson or Branson's? This is their legacy. Yeah, I'm not good with names either, guys. Names don't matter, only numbers. Only things that affect the bottom line is what I'm concerned with. Remember when I called Jimmy Gimbal or something? That's so funny. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And SPC, same thing. Like, I think I got a really good deal on it, so I just got to be patient. Now, in hindsight, I wish I bought more, obviously, but at that time, I didn't know if that was the bottom. I don't know if it still is the bottom, right? I wouldn't be adding here either. When would I add into what? Like SPCE? Under 15. And then stop loss at break even or just above break even. Again, like, I wish it was that simple as I can tell you what price to buy it at and you guys can buy it. So if I think the market's going to crash, am I going to buy SPCE at 15 when it gets to 15? No, depending on that day. Like, what if the market is severely crashing? I mean, we are expecting that earnings is going to be horrible, right? I don't see the market just writing it off. Like, you have to remember, most of this tank happened after hours. Market makers were not able to scale out of their positions. They were facing huge drawdowns, right? This is their opportunity to really, lever down their positions and prepare for a tank. And I mean, just take a look at the bank earnings. They were just horrible. Like, guys, like, this is not going to be good on the earnings side. And I think that's why Q1, Q2 is going to be a big deal. And that's also why I'm in IWM puts, SPY puts, and pretty much every other put you can think about. Oil. I'm not an oil trader. I'm not a commodities guy. My commodities trader, though, like the guy that actually works on the futures desk, he told me 20 is a really good deal. So I'm like, all right, 20 it is. That being said, I don't have a position in that, but I do have USO puts, which I don't even want to look at this point. Slight improvement on it, but yeah, still down about like 40% on it. So Ocean Grove, that's a very good question. You guys, like, guys that have been in the chat room will know. After I took that loss, I took a break. I had to. I wasn't able to do it, guys. Like, I had to, like, literally stop for, I think it was like way more than a month and a half. And then I just went and did fun shit, stuff that I always wanted to do. just to make me happy. And you know, then again, it's like there's only so much drinking you can do, right? There's only so much partying you can do. So after I got that out of the way, tried tackling it again. Slowly scaled into those trades and really like cut all of my trading size. My trading size went down to like the bare minimum, back down to even 100 shares at some point because I wasn't comfortable. And after that, just gain that confidence back. And that's something that takes time. Like, even for me, it just takes time. No, Tan doesn't really trade anymore. I just manage like the investment side because we have two different goals. Like I can do this for the rest of my life. She doesn't want to. Cashed out and yeah, called it a day. Do you have personal goals? Yeah, so I'm always pushing myself constantly. When you have confidence, when you are in the flow of the market, you have to push yourself, right? Like I said, you have to be your own boss too. So if you don't push yourself, you know, you can't really do anything. Tan's actually right beside me. Yeah, Mara, I think it was when she hit, I think 6, that she's like, okay, that's enough for me. And yeah, then she gets to do what she like. This is not a bad job too, guys. Like, you can just make your money and then do what you love to do. For me, I wanted to be a pilot, but then I realized it's like dollar, like my hourly rate is not worth being a pilot, even though I'd love to. Just, I don't have the time to allocate it towards it yet. Maybe once I retire. So I have stop losses on my long terms, but I always take them off and then put them on. So overnight is the best time to do this because you have like no information. Markets aren't open, so you want to just take off all your stop losses, all of them at once. Okay, every single one, and then you look at the chart. You look at what the chart's telling you, and then you place the stop losses again. That way, you're not opinionated based on the previous stop you had. Because remember, every day the market changes. Things are getting priced in right away. So your stop losses also has to be priced in right away. You can't have a stop loss today and keep it and just wish that it just like you're not going to be profitable if you don't put in the effort. Yeah, you got to reassess it. J Rock, yeah, that's probably going to be the only plane I'd fly. Yeah, Mar. So it's a little bit easier too. You have to remember, like, when she's trading right beside me, there's no like risk, right? But yeah, she's way better at disconnecting herself with the funds and just trading like a video game. It's just numbers on a screen. Sometimes it's hard, especially when you have like this much money to lose. It's so hard to disconnect yourself with the money when you're in a trade, and that's something that took a while for me to really control. And guys, like again, like this is stuff that you will have to face, and it's not going to be easy. And luckily for you guys, you have a community here that understands it. And one of the thing is, it's like everyone's going to, I guess, evolve differently, right, at their own pace. So when it comes to trading larger sizes, it doesn't get easier, guys. Like a lot of people think, oh yeah, I wish if I had this money. Well, that's not true, because if you can't turn $1,000 into 1,100 and actually keep $100 of it, How the fuck is that going to be possible with 100,000? It isn't. It's not going to make it easier, right? If you can't even like break even, it's just going to destroy you. And the mental capacity that you need to take punches is going to be harder. And those, like I mentioned too, right? When I was facing those losses and it all just happened in one day, just like compounded, like losses in my head, right? It was just like a dominoes effect. Even I wasn't able to overcome that, right? And I've been trading. I've done this. I know. Normally, typically, when a stock goes down in a fund, we just wait. We don't react right away. We don't even trade it. We don't even touch it the same day most of the time, and we'll just come back to work tomorrow and then work on it, on ways to reduce the risk exposure or something. That day, I lost all common sense, right? So again, it's really difficult to just be like, yeah, you can do this, and the same day you're gonna make back your money. Not true. Yeah, and it's not even a small account thing. Like if you can't make 10% on a small account, guys, like if you can't do that, how hard do you think it's going to be to make like 1% on a larger account, right? You have to be realistic. It just doesn't make sense. And it's a lot of money. And remember, like, especially, like, you have to remember, like, people that are, old money. There's one thing about old money, right? Is that it's scientifically proven that they don't spend as much because the value of it isn't like the same. When you have people that just ran into money, like the guys that win lottery tickets, they always fucking just blow it, right? And it's not because of them, and just because like that money management skill that families brought down through generations in a, let's say a rich family, those kind of lessons were something they were brought up with. They know what to do. They see it. They grew up in it. But when you don't have money and you're trying to manage money, it's a totally different ball game. And it gets to your head. It gets to you just become more self-conscious. I get it. Like your P&L pretty much is your I don't know, your confidence scale, right? So there's a lot of things you have to like be able to disconnect yourself with. And then there's a lot of things that you really can't either, right? So yeah, it's a tough environment. And that's why I always say, like, when you make money, guys, take it out. For me, it's easy. Like, I can keep it in the same account. But when you start off, guys, when you make those big money, like big trades, fucking take that money out, put it in another trading account, save it to invest. Do not just keep trading it. Don't be like, oh, yeah, but I can compound this into more and more. No, what's going to end up happening is that one loss is just going to blow away all your hard work that you just put into it. And I've seen that happen several times in this group. So I hope it doesn't happen, because there's so many of you guys that are working so hard. And you guys are getting to the point where the restriction is going to be just like, you don't have experience with like larger positions or trading larger quantities and stuff, right? Now, I don't want to see you guys just blow up after you just have everything right. Like your psychology is like 60% better, and your trading record is 60% better. You're taking better entries, better exits, better risk management, better allocations, and then you just blow it because you want to just completely compound everything. And that's why, like, guys, like this stuff, like what I'm preaching to you guys, I've been preaching for years. And you can see on that compound chart, it says there, I recommend you start with 5,000 and then use 1,000 max, and then compound that 1,000. That other 4,000 is your buffer. That is your oh shit handle. Like, in a car when you're driving, and I like to do burnouts and stuff. So there's the oh shit handle. So that's the handle that you hold, that has no other purpose. But in the event you do something stupid, that is your oh shit handle. Got the command. Oh, there we go. So if you have a 30K account, you should literally be focusing on making 5% a week. That's your goal, not per trade. You shouldn't be risking that much to make it either. And if you're not able to make 5% day trading, it's going to be really hard. And that's okay, because in the beginning, we're not fucking perfect. We're not like gods. We don't know what's going to happen in the marketplace. The market, we are at the mercy of the markets every single day, right? So, what I always recommend, just put it into investments. Okay. I'll find you guys some stocks that you can buy. I don't know when it's going to move up. I don't know if it's going to go any lower, which is why I mentioned scaling in and out. But if you have a 3 to 5 year time frame, I can almost like be certain that you'll make money. To be honest, that portfolio that I was designing for you guys is already up like fucking 30%. I wish I bought it, to be honest. I wish I actually just bought everything on that list that I was creating for you guys. I didn't, unfortunately, but I'm waiting for a pullback to enter onto some of those positions as well. All right, so I got a PM over here. Welcome to the chat room, Jordan. Now, and my advice is learn. The first 2 years is where you're gonna take your losses, and it's gonna be the most stupid losses. Okay, like losses happen every day. Like I did. Okay, I did a stupid trade today too, so it's not like it's gonna disappear. So the most important thing is you want to like save that capital for when you are consistent. When you're consistently making money, that's when you need capital. Now you don't need capital. All you need to do is actually do trades, journal them in, reassess every single trade, what you could have done better, what you did really well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now there is an entire section under training for this. Ripster has actually added a section there so that you guys can learn what a strategy is, how to form a strategy. We have the new traders program, which is also the ultimate newbie guide. I highly recommend that. I posted it on the trading chat, and we have the new traders program. Within those three, and even more, there's way too many channels to list. Within those three, you will find enough data to give you an edge. Now, again, this comes down to you. The amount of money you want to make depends on how much effort you're going to put in. What you put in, you get out. But that's only going to be true if you actually follow your risk tolerance, risk management, right? Like you still need capital to trade. If you don't have any capital, you can't trade. And there's no point of, we can't really help you after you lose your capital. That's going to be hard. You're playing catch up, and catch up is a different mentality, and it's really difficult. Like this training section has more information than any other channel here, because we know that trading is not easy, and obviously there's certain aspects that you want to improve on, and based on that reason alone, we have these channels broken down for you guys. So hey, if you want to learn how to tape read, there you go, Ziggy's tape reading. If you want to work on your psychology, there's a room for that. Fundamentals, options, there's a room for that as well. And if you don't want to lose any money, please paper trade. That is the biggest thing I tell everyone to do when you start off. This is not easy, and you do have to paper trade until you understand it, until you know what your strategy is. So profit targets, that's a good question. I don't actually look at profit targets. I just look at my risk. So, this is true for every one of you guys. Every single member on our dream team that I personally trained, do you know what the one thing they had to stop doing for them to be profitable? It was just to stop making stupid trades, one, and B, not to actually, be able to like analyze risk and focus on risk first instead of profits. The moment you make that shift into analyzing the risk aspect and managing your risk, that's when you start becoming profitable. Because I'll be honest, like the only reason people trade, right? If you're not like consistently profitable, if you have like a 40% win rate, the only reason people are still like able to trade is one fact, because at one point within that, like, the horrible losses, they were able to make money. That's that addictiveness, the dopamine rush that you get. And because of that reason, they're still active, they're still motivated to trade, right? So you just got to keep that in mind. It's like, it's not because you don't make money. Actually, that could be the case too. If you don't hold on for the trade, um if you lose more money than you make, obviously it's going to be bad. And I'll use one example again. I mean, you know what? Yeah, Meta is like the perfect example for this, because Cypher already was a consistently profitable trader. Well, like, obviously we'll still have our days, but it was still consistent. Actually, yeah, I already did a lesson on this where I went over their trading journal. But it's one thing you really want to look out for. It's the trading journals. Actually, I'll use this as an example. This one's good. So I believe this is Adobe. So as you can see there, win rate 40%, losing rate 60%. But on his winning trade, he's able to capture $146. On his losing trade, he's only losing $60. That's making him profitable. His profit factor is 1.7. He's able to get 12 cents a share. Ideally, I think you have to be able to at least make 11 cents a share. Now you can see his largest gains, 1,353, and largest loss, 630. So you guys see how everything has to add up there in order for him to be profitable. It's not just one factor. People always look at win rate. It's not win rate that matters. This is not a winning win rate. But because of the risk management, he's able to be profitable. And that's on a series of 373 3 trades. So obviously it's not a small sample size either. Right? So that's my biggest takeaway. You guys just have to work extremely hard in the beginning. And honestly, if you want to, you can continue working as hard as I am. But you don't have to. After a while, it becomes easier. And then you don't have to work as hard for the trade. For me, it's like I'm trying to capitalize on everything I can. And, it's not easy. That's why, like, there are certain tickers I don't trade. You guys are trading. But it just because I can't be in two places in one, right? Like for me right now, my goal is to get really good at futures. And to be honest, futures right now is probably easier for me. Jordan, if you want to work hard, you're in the right place. We are savages. We just work. That's pretty much it. You'll see us active all hours of the day and night. But just know, it means putting in hours. Like, it means putting in 12, 16 hours every single fucking day for at least 2 years. If you're prepared to do that, yeah, you can't take days off. You're just, you're wasting your efforts. Like, you always have to remember this, guys. Value yourself. Valuing yourself means putting your future self first above all else, right? So one of the biggest things that really shifted my mentality was understanding that I know what I'm worth. But if I slack off, everything that I just worked for, my consistency, everything would be for nothing, right? You always have to remember that. It would be for nothing, right? Exactly, right? Like Sharky says, run a DCF model, right? Hopefully not like Tesla. But, you want to be profitable, cash flow got to be positive. And you know what? It's just like a DCF model. Actually, that's a really good way to put it too. You don't have to be profitable in the first 2 years, and you're not going to be. 99% of traders aren't. And be realistic, right? If you're not going to be profitable, why are you risking your money? Why would you do that? That's your hard-earned money. This isn't my money. This isn't grandpa's money. It's your money. Don't do that to yourself. Leave the money in your account. Put it in some investments when it's the right time to do so. And the rest of the time, just study, just paper trade. Do as many trades as you have to until you know your strategy inside out. When I question members on my dream team, they better know the answers to their strategy, why they took the trade. If I know more about their trade than they do, there's an issue there, right? So again, and that's why I only train specific people that I know are dedicated, because it's a lot of time that I'm putting into it as well, and I don't want it to go to waste. Which is also why I had to take some people off the dream team too, because it's a lot of effort, and they gotta work harder than I do. All right. Any other questions? Don't do anything leveraged. I mean, if you're gonna lever up, I don't advise it, but obviously I've done it too. But again, if I'm buying a blue chip stock, I I'll to be honest, guys, even with my Apple shares, I use that as leverage. I was able to use 4x, 4 times leverage on a position like Apple, because I have no fear in it, right? The bank has no fear in it. It's okay. If you're gonna do that on a $20 stock, you really think you're gonna get anywhere? The bank's just gonna cut off your leverage as soon as that thing tanks to $5, and then you're just gonna regret life and back to square one again. So, if you're buying the best stocks, I mean the biggest stocks. I'm not talking about Amazon, for example. If you're trading Amazon, sure, that is fine. Microsoft, sure. But anything else, if you're trading on leverage, okay, and you're not day trading it, if you're holding on it, that's a stupid idea. Don't do it. I even remortgaged my property to add more money to my leverage, so that I can build my account. Yeah, I can do that because it was in investments. And investments, sure, but investments aren't space. Tesla is not an investment. That's not a company you're going to lever up on. Okay, so you have to be careful. You have to go with stuff that are low ATR, goes with the market, low beta. You have to be really careful. That's why I kind of don't even advise you guys. But when you guys get to that level, shoot me a PM. We'll have a conversation. I'll see which give me an idea of which stocks you're owning. Stocks that give dividends, obviously those are going to be easy ones as well. Like bank stocks, those are pretty good too. Obviously not at this time frame, but going forward after the crash, after coronavirus is all dealt with, yeah, then bank stocks are easy plays. So KZ Money, I do always in a hunt for the most hungriest individuals that are ready to put in their effort, and that also help out. So if I'm gonna help out with my time, I want to see that they're helping out with their time in the group and stuff like that, and helping others. That's the biggest thing. I don't mind helping people that have helped me, or help the group. You have to be the change that you want in the world, which is why I'm helping. But I also need that from individuals. If they don't help, then it's pointless. If they're there just for themselves, I don't need to. I'm not working for money here. So right, so I don't need to. I'm doing it for free. So I don't want to help people that are just selfish. That's just the wrong kind of mentality, and I don't want to, encourage it. All right, so more questions here. Oh, and if you guys are gonna take loans from, the forgiveness aspect of the government and then try and trade off of it, be careful. Read the fine print. There's always a catch. Nothing is. Okay, so someone wanted me to talk about Air Canada. So honestly, I don't like the airlines. They're bleeding money. I mean, the more we have like 60% of flights that are canceled. So the more time it takes, the more money they're bleeding. The more money they're bleeding, the less the stock is value. Like, yeah, pretty much like the value goes down on the stock, right? So because of that, I'd be very careful with the airlines at this time point. And remember, like I always mention this too, like all the stuff that I make today, it's not today's returns. It's everything I put into it. Blood, sweat, tears, relationships, friends, everything that I've sacrificed went into this. It's a worthy trade-off, obviously, but yeah, it's a lot of. I've been trading for what, 13 years now? It's crazy. Man, it's been so long. I am 30. Now, again, you have to remember, like, this is different for me, right? Like, my dad was investing. He retired at 46. He had investments. He started as a farmer initially, and then he got into the import export business, and then after that, it was just running malls. So he has a couple malls, strip malls in Australia, and then properties. So it was just a different ball game. And he's an investor. He never traded. Doesn't like trading. Doesn't believe in it. And for me as a kid, I always wanted to prove him wrong, right? That's what every son's goal is. Forex, don't trade Forex, guys. Think about it. Model yourself based on these CEOs, the guys that actually have money. Okay, model yourself, the guys that have $50 billion. What's the one thing they all have in common? They all have equity. What's the one thing they don't have in common? Forex. Forex is just a big scam for you guys. You have no edge in it. The market makers have an edge. They have such a huge edge because they can back the play. They're playing it on derivatives. Like, we don't have that kind of money, right? If you have that kind of money, like George Soros money, yeah, sure. If you don't, you're screwed. You're just going to get screwed. Crypto, again, I see no value in crypto. I don't see like a face value. Here's the thing. I believe in the blockchain technology. I just don't think the technology requires people to be trading it, right? What if it's a fixed currency? What if everyone gets a fixed amount for doing it? Like, the whole trading aspect is what I don't believe in, because it doesn't have the only valuation you can do on a cryptocurrency is the cost of mining it. That's pretty much it. That's why I said 3,600. You guys go nuts, buy it. Anything over 3,600, which is the average cost of mining Bitcoin, doesn't make sense. You shouldn't even touch it, because there's no other valuation method for it. The technology is a different story. But again, why can't the companies do it? What if, okay, so everyone wants to centralize hospital records or whatnot, right? Why can't the same hospitals do it? They have the funds. They're public companies. They can raise capital way easier than we can. So why can't they do the exact same thing, right? That's the questions that haven't been answered to me. If someone has the answer, I'm willing to listen, of course. I'm not closed-minded. But yeah, for me, those are the two biggest factors. And Forex, guys, you have no edge. Believe me, guys, I know Forex traders. I know the swaps that they do. Our firm works primarily. You should see the FX desk. The insight that they have, is ridiculous. They know things in like, and you have to remember this is at a global scale. There's so much things that affect pricing, and the problem with forex is people get too over leveraged, and one bad decision will just wipe you out. And leverage is scary. Like, I don't like anything over 20x. 20x I can deal with, but that took me years to deal with it. I'm not comfortable taking 20x. 12x I can do. 20x, not so comfortable. And here, I'm going to show you some stats actually. And I want you guys to actually do your research. Don't just believe in me. I'm not God. This is what I want you guys to do now. I want you guys to look at every single one of these billionaires, and I want you guys to see, what do they own equity wise. Do they have a stock portfolio? Well, obviously, some of them won't manage their own portfolios. They'll have, advisors for that and funds. But I want you to see how many of them have forex in their positions. It's probably in one of their investments, right? But that's managed by a bank, which is also a different story. That's a different story. Like, currency hedging is different. Now, a company like Apple, they have to hedge out currency risk, right? But even when Apple doesn't know, not Apple, but a smaller company, let's say a smaller company, they're doing business with China. They know there's going to be inflation in Canada. So what are they going to do? They're going to hit the banks. They're going to go to the advisors and be like, hey, how can I hedge out some of the currency risk? And obviously the banks obviously know the plays. Now, remember, they have insight in every fucking direction, right? They know what's happening in the news, in the markets. They know what's happening with other hedge funds. They know which plays they're making. They know which plays they're not taking, which ones they're heavy on, which side they're on. And they now know what businesses are concerned with when it comes to forex. Like, they have every insight that we do not have, right? That's a different ballgame. Trading equities, we have an edge. We can outperform. I mean, if you guys please take a look at Renaissance Capital, I think it's Capital. Like, if you just research Jim Simmons, I believe, right? The dude made $100 billion. He net from equities, $100 billion. Not even Warren Buffett was able to do what he was able to do. All right, you have to remember that. Not even him. Not even Warren Buffett was able to net that kind of money at that time. He's probably even more by now. But his medallion fund is ridiculous. Like, they don't even take outside money. Only their traders are able to invest inside the fund. And they have to keep it under 10 billion, right? So, there's so much things that revolve around it. So, yeah, you guys should just check it out. See for yourself. Like, look at all of these guys, and they'll all have stock portfolios. Stocks, equities, bonds, whatever. But it's always going to be in a portfolio. Yeah, that dude is a genius. Guys, he was a math teacher, I believe. Or, he was a mathematician, and he realized that his, geometry. Yeah, doesn't he have like a Nobel Award, Nobel Peace Prize or something about it? Yeah, for geometry right now. This is a guy that was just smart, and he realized that his talents can be used in the market. And he wasn't always, actually, you guys have to, I'm not even going to ruin it. I'm not going to butcher his reputation. So read his biography. You guys will learn so much from him. And he was just a normal trader. And there's the same thing with Epstein. The guy that just hung himself, right? He was a math teacher in high school. It was a private school, so obviously he was good at it, right? Got hired in a in a private school. Now, one of his students was a hedge fund manager that saw his talent and then brought him on, and boom, the dude, he bought an entire school and converted it into a house back in 2008, right? This was how much money he made by just being a math teacher, right? And yeah, there's guys that are taxi drivers. There's guys that are I know guys that work in our firm that only has their CSC because they're that fucking good. And yeah, anyone can do it. You just got to be dedicated. If you talk to anyone on the street, believe me, the insights that they can share is just phenomenal. And you have to remember, these guys have answers to questions that they haven't prepared for, right? You look at one of those interviews where it's not prepared, like, like a social gathering and someone answers the question. These guys are the smartest. You think they got there by fucking doing 2 hours of work? No, it was literally the hours of work that they put into it. All right. I hope that helped and motivated you guys. I'm planning to open a fund. I worked at a fund. I enjoyed it, but I make more money here. Why take a percentage when you can take the entire pie, right? And I'll be brutally honest, like Sharky can tell you too. I don't even know which firm he works for, by the way, or even like what they deal with, but I can guarantee you, like most people that works in firms, they only work there for like 10 years, 10, 20 years max. Like if you're working 20 years, you're horrible with money management, or you just don't want to take on risk. But majority of people, this is what we do as traders. We just get our money, do it ourselves, open a family office, call it a day. Or you make partner. That is true. That's the other alternative. But that is just even more cutthroat than anything else. Being a partner, it's a pyramid, guys. Like, like you have a team of 500 and you're trying to get to the guy that had, like, there's only 20 openings. And then the guy, as soon as you get to that 20 opening one job, then there's only like fucking 4 or 5. And then, before you know it, you just wasted your entire life at a firm when you could have just done it yourself and, spend more time with the family. I like most of the managing directors I talk to, like VPs, I ask them that one question: was it worth it? And believe me, 9 out of 10 times they say no. 9 out of 10 times. When you know them in a personal level. If it's your boss, obviously they're not going to say no. They have to motivate you. That's your job. But if they're not your boss and you actually talk to them, 9 out of 10 times they're going to tell you no, it wasn't. But at this point, I mean, it's too late in their career for them to take on risk. And it's not worth it for them. For me, it was like, I had a skill. I was good at it. I knew I was good at it. And again, it comes down to valuing yourself. You have to value yourself and know what your value is. Work in asset management if you want to have a social life. I was actually astonished how Bloomberg has data. He is the king of data. He has access to everything. He should have been like the guy winning this election, but he messed up too. I mean, the moment he went on and he's like, I bought half the senators, like, you think you're gonna win. Like, at that moment, that precise moment, he knew it, I knew it, everybody in finance industry knew it, that he was never gonna get elected after that. They will like hold him. And also, remember when he wanted to release, it's so funny because he dropped out just in time before he was supposed to release his financial statements. Man, that's one statement I would have wanted to see. Like Trump's, I don't really care about. His, oh yeah, like with his kind of data, he must know every loophole. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, PE is amazing, to be honest. I actually would love to work at like Social Capital just because I want to have exposure to Chamath. But more importantly, like private equities is where all the money's at, guys. PE has like demolished all like market returns. They have literally single-handedly fucking killed it. Like the guys in California, Silicon Valley, they have literally turned like shit into gold. Yeah, they're so good at it too. And guys, you have to, like, you see it. When these companies like Uber went public, how many of those guys were in it before? And those are the guys that made money. No one else. The market made fucking jack shit on it. Oh, Blackstone is amazing. All right, guys, I think that's everything. I'm going to go eat my lunch because that's how you work. Lunch is after hours. 1 meal a day. Honestly, you have to be efficient at this. That's why I only eat 1 meal a day. Oh, Kevin, I'll eat like 2 or 3, when I retire. Well, it's not health. It's like obviously I eat a healthy meal. It's just like time. Time is more precious at this point. So like I'm lucky, to be honest. Tan like prepares everything for me. So I am like the luckiest fucker. I have like everything that I wanted in life. So yeah.